Washington County Board of Education to order. Under the continued provision of the state executive order to protect the safety and welfare of the public, the Washington County Board of Education meeting today is closed to the public. In order to maintain transparency, the meeting is live streamed and an audio recording will be provided as requested. The live stream link can be found on the website. Please observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we got a special person that's going to lead us in the Pledge of the Flag tonight. He's a 6th grader at Lamar School. His name's Gabe Story. Gabe, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody stand. Gabe, lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gabe. Today is a great day. We get to reorganize the board. The floor is now open for nominations for chairman of Washington County Board of Education.
I would like to nominate Annette Buchanan.
All right, I have a nomination of Annette Buchanan.
I want to nominate Jason Day.
I have a nomination for Jason Day. Anybody else?
Move nomination cease.
Okay. Tell you what we're going to do. I can either go with cards and somebody, you write your name and write your who you want, or I can have Jennifer call out your name and you tell Jennifer who you want. How y'all want to do it? Jennifer, call out the names.
Mr. Hammond,
Ms. Buchanan.
Ms. Dellinger,
Annette Buchanan.
Mr. Fleener,
Mr. Day.
Ms. Buchanan, Ms. Buchanan, Mr. Masters,
Mr. Day.
Mr. Riddle,
Mr. Day.
Mr. Meredith,
Day.
Mr. Day,
Day.
Mr. Irvin.
I'm going with Miss Buchanan just because of tradition.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Mr. Day, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Ms. Buchanan.
Okay. Mr. Day, it's all yours.
And in movies, I've had movie established. Here. So we now need nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Mike Masters, please.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to nominate David Hammonds.
Okay.
Keith, I'd like to decline at this time, maybe Ms. Dellinger.
Well, Okay, I just, you know.
All right, so Jennifer, we're gonna do call out name again.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So we have two? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Well-
Mr. Riddle nominated Mr. Masters. Mr. Irvin nominated Mr. Hammond, he declined, and Mr. Hammond nominated Ms. Dellinger.
She would be next in line.
Ready?
Yeah.
Mr. Day,
Mr. Masters.
I called you last, sorry. Mr. Hammond,
Ms. Dellinger.
Ms. Dellinger,
Ms. Dillinger.
Mr. Fleener,
Mr. Masters.
Ms. Buchanan,
Ms. Dillinger.
Mr. Masters,
Mr. Masters.
Mr. Riddle,
Mr. Masters.
Mr. Meredith,
Masters.
and Mr. Irvin.
Ms. Dillinger.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 for Ms. Dillinger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Mr. Masters.
All right. So now we need to move to clerk to the board.
Nominate Jennifer Moore,
Move nomination cease and,
Lake by
elected
acclamation.
by acclamation.
Yes.
Okay, we need to do parliamentarian.
You need to get a vote.
Oh,
Get a
okay.
vote.
So roll call vote for clerk to the board, Ms. Jennifer.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
I guess.
and Mr. Day.
Yes. Ready? All right, now, nominations for parliamentarian.
It's you, isn't it, Bill?
It's Dr. Flannery right now.
I nominate Dr. Flannery.
I move nomination cease.
Elect by application,
Acclamation.
acclamation.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin, Mr. Day.
Yes. All right. Now we need nominations for FRN, Federal Relations Network. Currently, Ms. Buchanan.
I nominate Chad Fleener.
Okay. Any others?
I move nomination ceased.
Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
Aye.
Mr. Day.
Yes. All right. Now we need nominations for TLN. It's currently Mr. Hammond.
I nominate Mr. Hammond.
Any others?
Move nomination cease.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
Yes.
Mr. Day.
Yes. All right, now, Miss Ashley Keys can help us. We got 4 new school student board members.
Yes. Are they on the screen?
Got 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yay, okay, at the bottom, you have Caleb Anderson. He represents Daniel Boone High School. He would like to major in engineering after high school and pursue a career in the automotive industry. As a student board member, Caleb would like to gain leadership experience and give back to his community. Emily Chapin is unable to attend this evening, but she represents David Crockett High School. She would like to attend ETSU and pursue a career in the medical field, preferably in the NICU or labor and delivery. Emma Googe, top right, represents David Crockett High School. She's currently at a volleyball game, by the way, so if she jumps off there, that's why. She would like to pursue a career as a child speech pathologist. As a student board member, Emma hopes to enhance her communication and leadership skills. And then Jacob Jenkins, top left, represents Daniel Boone High School. He would like to pursue a career with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. As a student board member, Jacob wants to further develop his leadership skills and attain a sense of having higher leadership responsibilities. These are your new student board members.
Okay.
You gonna let him say anything?
Uh,
You gonna let him say anything?
Sure. You guys got anything you want to say? Emma?
Can you unmute?
If I start talking and you hear a bunch of hooping and hollering, I'm sorry.
Oh, can we get a roll call vote to approve those members?
We need a,
I make a
Motion.
motion, we accept those 4
Second.
student board members, 2020, 2021.
Mr. Hammond,
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't need a second.
Mary Beth
He got one.
seconded it. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought we
my bad.
Mr. Hammond, to,
Which-
it's for to elect them as the
Yes.
4th student. Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Mr. Day?
Yes. All right, now, Jacob, would you like to say anything? Can you hear me? There he is. Would you like to say anything to the board? There you go. Looks like he's unmuted, isn't he?
He's unmuted, but he can't hear him.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Hear me now?
Plug it in.
Yes, sir.
Is that better?
Wiggle it forward.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
We was just
Cut
asking
out
if
for a
you'd like to
second
say anything to the board.
Me pray?
No, no.
Okay. Wait. I was in the board.
We need
Okay,
you want to
sorry.
say
Yeah,
something to the
yeah, I'm
board.
glad to be here.
Good.
I'm sorry about
I
that.
know this bunch is gonna need somebody to pray for us, that's for sure.
We'll take
I
a
mean,
prayer, I
you
mean.
what? But yeah, yeah.
All right, we're glad to have you.
That's all.
How about Caleb?
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna say I'm really excited this year to be a part of the school board. It's definitely an interesting year to take part in making some big decisions, but I'm happy to be here and looking forward to all the meetings I'll get to attend.
All right, good deal, thank you. Oh, the other one's not on there, is it? Okay, good. She did. Okay. Yeah, thanks. You good, Emma?
Yes, I'm happy to be here too, by the way.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you all. Okay. All right. just read this, even though I ain't read it before. The Washington County School Executive Committee will meet in the next week to determine the board committee's structure for the coming year as described in state law, state board policy, local board policy, and the WCEA Memorandum of Understanding. As in the custom of Washington County School Board of Education, each of you will soon receive a list of board's various committees. I will ask that you mark that list at your preference of committee assignments and to return it to the list of Jennifer Moore by September 25th. I will announce the committee assignments at the October 1st school board meeting. Okay. Governor Lee signed Executive Order number 60 on August 28, 2020. This executive order affects the meetings of governmental bodies through October 28. The Office of the Comptroller of the Treasury issued a memorandum to Tennessee's Director of Schools on September 1st. The memorandum says, in part, for the meetings held on or after October 1st, 2020, Executive Order number 60 imposes new requirements for governing bodies that wish to continue to allow their members to participate in the meetings by election means. A governing body seeking to conduct meetings electronically in accordance with the new provisions of the executive order must make a determination at the outset of the meeting, by vote or otherwise, that conducting the meeting by electronic means is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in the light of the COVID-19 outbreak. At this time, I entertain a motion that all meetings of Washington County School Board of Education, subject to requirements of the Tennessee Opening Meetings Act, to be conducted electronically under the provisions of Executive Order number 60 through its expiration on October 28, 2020. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So we got a motion to accept.
Second.
All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin, Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Day,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
carries.
Right. All right, now we move into consideration of consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion to consider the consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll.
Who seconded that?
And we'll need a roll call vote.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Day.
Yes. All right. So we need approval of minutes for the regular board meeting. We just did that, so that's part of that, okay. Payment of bills.
And you just did that too.
All right. Personnel. All right. Consideration of meeting agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the meeting agenda.
Second.
All right, got a motion second, roll call vote.
Call for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, call for any discussion on the meeting agenda?
Are we allowing the speakers, the one on the agenda?
Actually, I have the written statements that I
Okay.
will read into the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Now carry on.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith, Mr. Meredith,
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Day.
Yes. All right. Now the director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is the 22nd day of our new academic year. I want to give some of our supervisory staff an opportunity to share some information that I hope will help inform your decisions concerning school reopening later in the meeting. There's 5 of them. They'll be brief, and we'll begin with Technology Supervisor Curtis Fulbright.
Thank you, Dr. Flannery. I wanted to update you some numbers as far as the Chromebooks that we have assigned to students to take home. To date, we have 6,084 that are in students' hands. Of course, if you've been listening to the news, there's also a lot of talk about back orders for laptops, take-home technology in general. And unfortunately, the news isn't getting better as far as the shipment of what we've ordered. We have ordered, as of right now, over 2,000 Chromebooks. And we're looking at our major order to arrive at the end of this month, 1st of October. Another 300 a month later. And I made a purchase of 200 open box devices, which are just devices that are perfectly fine but have been returned. Ordered 200 of them thinking that we would get them 2 weeks ago, but now they won't be shipping for another 2 weeks. So like everything else, we're experiencing delays. Are there any questions about that?
You said how many Chromebooks did you order? 2,000?
Yes, 2,046.
How long will it take you to make those ready once you do get them? I mean, what's your throughput on? I know you've got a great little setup over there to mass get them out the door, but what kind of?
I think we can get. Keith, what was our time frame last time?
400 a day.
400
Oh,
a day.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
And when are you expecting them? Any idea yet?
The
2,000?
The soonest we'll be getting is 200, which is,
Open box.
yeah, and that'll ship the week of the 14th. And then hopefully the 1,500 will be a couple of weeks thereafter. And those are being purchased with federal dollars, and federal dollars have some strings attached to them, for lack of a better term, so we'll have to work through that as well.
Are there priorities as far as all high school people and then working down from that, or is there?
That's a great question. Yeah, we are officially, if you will, one-to-one at the high schools. So we will fulfill any shortcomings we have there first, and then go from there. I anticipate that after the high schools, we'll put a priority for grades 3 through 8.
So there's 2,000 students without Chromebooks right now.
Total? I mean, it's
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
okay.
What is our current population, Kathy?
8230.
8230, yeah, so that's about right. We have applied for a grant that, if approved, will allow us to purchase another 816 Chromebooks. But if you're following along, it's not necessarily having the funds that's a problem, it's getting them delivered. And a lot of the components are made in China, and that introduces another problem as well. So anyway, hopefully if we get that, we'll have that to look forward to sometime. Bright Ridge has applied for a grant with Tennessee Broadband. I can't remember exactly what the name of it, but they received a grant that will allow them to introduce Wi-Fi in our parking lots for our schools, so that those students that don't have Wi-Fi will be able to if necessary, be able to drive up and download data and do that kind of thing as best they can. What will happen is that they're, I'll try to explain this as best I can, their backbone, if you will, if you'll think of it as power, it's right now currently meandering past all of our schools. And they're going to connect off of that, go into our schools and into our communication closets, come back out and propagate a Wi-Fi signal so that people can drive up. We expect it to be extremely fast, and in addition to that, we anticipate that that's going to help us to go to the next level of internet speed. That our bandwidth is fine right now. We're having no problems in our facilities with bandwidth, but again, looking into the future, which we have to do with technology, this will posture us in a much better position for those kinds of things. We are also working with Fireball Internet. They also have obtained the grant, and they're putting in a couple of Wi-Fi's for us as well. We expect to have those up and online next week or so. Yes, sir.
I'm just thinking out loud, I guess, but, you know, if I don't have cell service, I got a little hot box. Have we looked into that? I mean, is that anything that could even remotely work if Verizon or Sprint or somebody could give us a?
They can, but
I'm sure it's pricey, but.
it is pricey, and there's been some, there's some talk with some relief from the state, but the managing of those devices, if it were up to us to manage them, that and in addition to the cost of the monthly service, which the state will pay for one semester, but we would be responsible thereafter, and that's not cheap.
Just I was curious.
Yeah. That's part of the reason for getting these out in the parking lot as an alternative. Not as good as having Wi-Fi in the house, but.
That's from Bright Ridge, is that correct?
Yeah, Bright Ridge, and Fireball is also giving us some access as well. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to now hear from Elementary Supervisor Cindy Hayes.
Hope everybody can hear me. I'll try to talk loud and stay away so I don't have to wear my mask. Welcome to our two newest members. And just to kind of bring you up to speed, last meeting, the SPED department, high school, and CTE, and myself, we all presented, kind of updated everybody on all the prep work that had took place and kind of everybody feel what teachers are doing and students and families. So tonight we're going to give you an update a little bit of what has happened over these past 4 weeks that we've been in school. And when we did all of our reopening plans, we followed 3 basic principles. That was safety, equity, and high quality instruction. And within those 3, what I'm going to report to you tonight is 3 crucial areas that was monitored in all 3 of those areas. That's supporting our students, supporting our teachers, and supporting our families. So there is a slide like there was last time, and we're not going to go through every single slideshow, so it's there for you to view at your leisure. So I'm just going to point out a couple of slides here. The student support, your teachers are checking in daily, every morning with your students. And you know what? They're following up with them. They haven't heard from that student for a day or 2, they're following up, see what's going on. They have daily instruction. They have daily small groups, not only with their teacher, but with counselors. Our students are receiving the RTI, response to instruction and intervention. And also we're providing those instructional resources for our students. Chromebooks, flash drives, for those that do not have internet. We have started some really high quality paper packets for those individuals. Next slide, please. So let's talk about teacher support. We'll talk about student support. Our teachers are continuously getting that one-on-one small group supports daily. And it's amazing to see how our administrators, our principals are there with the teachers in the classrooms during those virtual meetings and supporting them. That is ongoing, and we continue to do that. Our expectations for our K-8 teachers is that they're having direct instruction live, offering that to all their students, and also recording all of those instructions for those students or parents that can get on during the day and they need to get on in the evening or the next day, that they have that opportunity. We're doing morning check-ins, kind of like the student support. We are trying our best to make sure that we have communicated somehow with every student, every day or at least a few times a week, that we know they're okay. Not only for their educational needs, but for their social and emotional needs as well. And that's why we have a lot of small groups. One of our expectations for our teachers is to have that small groups so that you can talk and really get down and get to know your kids and know how they're feeling, know what's going on, know if they're having problems with their instruction. And then we are utilizing many digital resources, everything from textbooks that were sent home and multiple programs, and even our new textbooks have digital resources, and all of this is to support our student learning. That is our teacher. So the next slide is a little interesting part too. The administrators have never worked harder. Just like our teachers, they have never worked harder or longer hours. We communicate daily, weekly with our principals. Dr. Flannery is sending them emails and keeping them on top of news. And myself, I'm sending them emails. And principal meetings look a lot different than they used to. Used to be more of a sit and get, go back and share with your faculty. Now I have two pictures down there just to kind of give you an idea, but we're planning. You know, this is something that none of us have ever seen or done before. So we're planning together. We're sharing our ideas with each other and then going back and sharing them with the school. I mentioned family support. That's the next slide, slide number 8. One thing that I'm really, really excited about with our family support is the new hotline daily support from 8:30, I think, to 4:30. You've probably heard some things where they've had trouble getting into Google Meets or the Google Classroom and they can't get a hold of the teacher. Well, that teacher is probably in the middle of a meeting or a small group. This person is sitting there at her phone waiting, and the parents can call and contact her. Hey, I'm supposed to be on a Google Meet, or my child is. Can you help me? And she's there to help assist that parent or that student, and it's offered every day, and we are looking at having that support in the evenings as well. The family support continues with the Chromebooks, any materials, paper materials that they need, and also with family support and teacher support is the child care. Our essential workers, I know that Tina Lane has been working very hard to hire additional employees and support for our essential worker parents so that they can have child care at this time. And as you know, that we're supplying child care for our teachers as well. So we've talked about student support, teacher support, and family support. On slide 11, I think that we have collected more data this year from our principals and our teachers than ever before. But the reason is we want that feedback. We don't want to make decisions here with not knowing what's going out on that field, and talking to parents as well. So the district, we did a district-wide survey in the K-8 world, and the high school did their separate one as well in SPED. My survey reached out to, if you'll notice it says all kindergarten through 8th grade homeroom teachers. The reason I put that there is homeroom teachers, those are your grade level teachers that I know see that group of students every single day. And they were going to have the best information and answers for the questions on this particular survey. This is very unusual and amazing, but approximately 230 teachers responded from a pool of 241. That's 95% of your teachers that responded to this particular survey. And you can see these surveys. The first survey was the survey about the big question was, what percentage of your students do you believe are learning the content that you have taught? I wanted to know, okay, you've done this for a while, what percentage of your students do you believe is learning something? It was interesting that 110 teachers out of this group said about 75% of their students were learning the content. That's not bad. Of course, we want to be 100%, but one of the district expectations is that we have 80% of our students on grade level or above. Now, I'm not saying this group's on grade level or above, but we're close to that original expectation before COVID even hit. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And then the next slide. This one is what percentage, I need the bigger print now, what percentage of your students have you noticed has declined in participation since August 3rd? You know, I want honest feedback. It started off strong. What percentage do you think has declined? Approximately 61% of the teachers responded that 10% of their students' participation had declined since August 3rd. Approximately 20% of the teachers responded that 20% of their students' participation declined. And then the other numbers, approximately 10% of teachers responded that they felt like 30% of their student participation had declined. And then about 12% of teachers responded that 50% or more of their student participation has declined. Yes, we are seeing a slight decline in participation, and I haven't digged deep enough at this point to see what they think might be the reasons, but I thought this would be good data for all of us to have. The next slide says, this is for teachers. Do you feel prepared if students were to return to school with a staggered schedule? In other words, are you ready? And if you'll see in the red, it's 43.5% said no, and then 36.1% maybe. And then the 19.6% said yes. The next slide asks if they feel prepared if we return to school with all students. It's pretty much aligned closely to the original schedule. So as of that day, they still need more time for prep work. That's the bottom line. Okay, next slide, please. The methods used to collect this data from parents and teachers was face-to-face conversations, phone conversations, emails, and online surveys. The following slides are a list of common threads of positive notes and concern notes from parents and teachers. I think this is extremely important. I hope you find time to read this, but I do want to go quickly through some of these. So the next slide, I did a kind of a side-by-side parent concerns and teacher concerns. Our pro for parents, though, was that they were very appreciative of the hard work teachers and leaders are doing to continue student learning. So that was a positive note. Parents do realize that teachers are working hard and they appreciate it. The teacher positive pro, after 3 weeks of virtual classroom instruction, teachers are comfortable with their virtual classrooms. It scared them to death day one. And now they're getting in a routine and they're comfortable, they're able to reach out to their students and into small groups. The next slide, this is where we get to the concerns. Parent concerns. Feels inadequate supporting their child or children with learning at home for many different reasons. And family schedule is just too hectic to support the child or their children with virtual learning. Teacher concerns with staggered and virtual at the same time, very time consuming, and they said that teachers are already exhausted. Keep in mind the teacher concerns are actual quotes that were from an online survey, and they mirror pretty much the same thing from the high school survey. Parent concerns, what I wrote down after having phone conversations or quotes from emails. Next slide. Parent concerns, no internet access, unfamiliar with the Google and Canvas platforms, just having difficulty navigating. Then they've mentioned other districts have returned to school. We should return. And then they've also mentioned a concern of too many communication apps. That with multiple children in the home, and they got all these different apps, and it just became overwhelming for them as a parent. Teacher concerns. Concerned with opening to a full schedule. Teacher would like to wait and see what happens in other districts. And then also, teacher concerns were hard to use social distance in the classroom. Their concern was the social distancing in the classroom. And then the next slide. Parent concerns still waiting on Chromebooks. And then they felt like there was not some, this was just back and forth, not enough instructional content in the lessons. And then teacher concerns. They need consistency as much as possible. They're concerned with going back and forth with different schedules. One thing we practice from day one, from kindergarten on, is that routine and that consistency in a classroom. That's a big part of education, and that was one of the common threads continuously through the survey. And then also the health risks with teachers individually and their family responsibilities. So I thought I would share both of those with you from the parent's perspective and the teacher's perspective. And the last slide is just a really cute art project that one of our art teachers was doing, just to kind of check in on the emotions of her students. And she asked them to do a self-portrait. And all those colors mean different things and how they are feeling. And it was just really, I got about 40 pictures, but it was really neat to see them excited and drawing. And I just thought I would end this note with their little art project. So hopefully this information helps you looking from the parents, and you've heard some of the same, and also from what the teachers have said. Are there any questions? Thank you.
There's no questions. I'll let Secondary Supervisor Ashley Keys to speak, and during her presentation, I believe some of these student board members have their comments.
I'm going to walk over here for just a second because I want to turn it over to the student board members first. I don't want them to feel like they have to repeat what I'm saying. I want them to be able to speak freely. I do have Emma Guja's statement. She had to log off for volleyball. And so I had them fill out a Google form just to get their ideas, where Ms. Hayes was talking about we get student feedback through surveys. So I had asked them, talk about your experience with virtual learning. And Emma said, it has been a good preparation for college, but I feel as though it has been a struggle for everyone. And I think that's what we're hearing from most people. And then I asked them, I said, if the decision to return to school were up to you, what would you decide? And Emma said a full return with students. Her reason, we learn so much more than academic skills in school. Being around other people for so long teaches social skills that we need as we grow. I think being back in school is especially crucial to younger kids. Personally, I don't learn well virtually. It's hard on teachers and students alike, and I feel that a staggered schedule would bring even more stress upon my teachers. In my own work, I get very stressed and behind, so going back to school as quickly as possible at full rates would be my choice. And then I asked, if the school board were to decide on a schedule that puts students back in the building, what concerns do you have as a student? She said, safety is my #1 priority, but so is learning, so we can follow whatever guidelines we have to in order to get back in school. Okay, at this time, Caleb, what would you like to say about your virtual learning experience and your recommendations for reopening school?
All right, so my experience with virtual learning has been mostly good. I haven't had many issues with the Canvas or Google platforms. However, I feel that the numbers are still there showing that there's a lot of spread in the community of the virus. I feel that a staggered schedule is going to stress the teachers and students out even more than they already are. I know, teachers don't get paid enough to do what they're doing right now, and I know that if you have to do multiple lesson plans within a given week, because, a certain amount of students go to school one day, but then they're home the rest of the week, they're going to be further along than the students that are coming in the rest of the week. So I feel that a staggered schedule is going to present us with an even bigger issue of teacher workload and how much work they can actually handle, along with trying to balance a work or school-home balance with the students. It's my senior year. This isn't the senior year I had envisioned at all. If it were up to me, I would love to go back normal But I feel that with all the safety stipulations that are in place with the 6-foot distance and mask wearing, that's going to be extremely difficult to enforce and still provide a quality education for the students. So that would be my take. I feel that maybe continuing online learning for a little bit just to see how the other schools that have went back are dealing and how their numbers are going would be the best case scenario.
Hey, Jacob, do you have anything that you would like to say about your virtual learning and reopening schools?
A lot of what Caleb said I agree with, and you know how he said the staggered school schedule, it would just put too much stress on the teachers and it'd just be so much time. I was talking with one of my teachers. He said that he's already spending 30 to 40% more time than he usually does with the online education. But I mean, he's really making sure we have the tools to succeed in this unique situation we've been put in. But I think just going back to school would just be so complicated. There's just so many problems that need to be taken care of. Like, I mean, it's just, the list goes on and on. And say that students that do test positive or have somebody near them that test positive, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks. How would those students be assisted during those 2 weeks? I'm in AP Calculus. If I had to do that, I don't know if I could come back from that, being at home for 2 weeks without education with that. And I mean, how far would you trace the virus back, and how many students would you force to be at home for 2 weeks without an education? I mean, you can't really give them an education because it's not online anymore if everybody's going back to school. There's just, I think being online is so much more consistent, at least for the time being, than going back to school. And, you know, if we're allowed to have a choice, you know, being an athlete, the rule about athletes having to go back to school, or else, you know, they can't play, I don't think that's a smart rule, per se. I mean, I guess it goes, if an athlete's too fragile to go back to school, we shouldn't be playing sports. But I mean, all of us athletes have been doing the best we can to stay away from the virus, so that we don't have to negatively impact our team by having to sit out an entire game. And I think that, you know, if we are offered the choice in that situation, you know, athletes having the choice to stay home would be a good idea. That's pretty much all I have to say. Oh, also, the thing, I think it was Emma, said it about elementary schoolers having, that's the time in their life when they most develop their social skills. And I mean, that's a big part of elementary school. And I think priority-wise, it should be elementary schools going back to school first, then middle school, and then high school, because online virtual learning in high school is, you know, similar to college and prepares us for college. But I mean, I think elementary schoolers should go back to those, if anything. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Jacob and Caleb, for being bold and speaking your opinion and representing your classmates. Okay, at this time, I want to update you on the virtual learning in the high school. Last time I talked about the professional development that we were preparing for our teachers, the mini sessions during their planning periods. We implemented that. We are going to continue to do that. Slide 23, Keith. I surveyed the high school teachers after week 3 of instruction. That's not slide 23. One more. Sorry. This can be seen on slide 24. Approximately 96% of teachers felt supported by their school level administration. That would be principals in their building. And approximately, on the next slide, 99% of teachers felt supported by their district level administration. That would include the Student Support Technology Specialist, Warren Lewis, Crystal Fink, the CT Director, and me. Moving forward, we will continue to meet teachers where they are and support them as they support students no matter the learning environment. I will continue sending out surveys to find out their needs and develop individualized professional development to meet those needs. The next thing I want to talk to you about is slides 29 and 30. The last board meeting, I talked to you about how impressed I was with student participation at the high school. They were logging in before school even started. Not true now. Okay, so on the next slide, if you look at Daniel Boone, this is the Canvas report I can run to monitor activity. And so you can see we're on a pretty steady decline. The circles are weekends. The fourth bar on your left, they were not in school those days. Those were in-service days. So those first 3 days, they were really in there. Week 2, they were really in there. Week 3, something happened. Well, let me tell you what happened. Parents started calling me and saying, I don't think there's enough work. My kid's done on Monday night. Well, that's because high school kids are pretty smart, and if the teacher releases all the work on Monday, the kid's going to spend 12 hours on Monday getting it done so that they have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to do whatever they want to do. So Warren and I met and talked about what could we do. So we asked teachers to start staggering the release and the due dates. That was implemented in week 4, and you can see it fixed itself. And then the
still
start of
not
week
logging
5.
in.
Not as many, and slowly declining with activity.
Is that just for like your virtual meets?
That's Canvas. That's our platform.
Canvas, period.
Yeah, doing work, it's activity. Doing work, completing assignments inside of Canvas. The next slide is Crockett. And you will see it mirrors Boone, week 2, going on strong. Week 3, they decided they could do everything on Monday and be done. Week 4, it kind of steadies out because we staggered those due dates, but we're also seeing a decline in student participation. Teachers with their Google Meets, we're asking them to do 2 Google Meets every class at the high school. That's a lot because most of your high school teachers have at most 140 students they support every day. That's max class size of 35. Now, not all of our class sizes are maxed out, but they're supporting 140 kids. We did ask them to do instructional videos for every new concept, support it with outside resources such as your textbook, interactive activities, and then your Google Meets for some direct instruction, but that one-on-one time with kids too, to get all of those questions.
So are they actually teaching the skill, or are they using virtual other people to teach the skill?
They are using their own instructional videos. I did have a parent complaint that I investigated, and it was review. It was an Algebra 2 teacher, and he had links to Algebra 1 concepts because he doesn't teach Algebra 1. Correct. And so he went back and he was using that as review, that teacher is teaching direct instruction, his own videos for Algebra 2. We have online learning expectations, a manual that we created in July that we released to the teachers before school started. It's linked in this PowerPoint for you all. It was linked in the last PowerPoint for you all, and it was an expectation. Week 1, get to know your kids. Week 2, slowly introduce instruction. Week 3, do a little bit more. Week 4, full steam ahead. We're now on week 5. So families should see more instructional videos with direct instruction, more structured Google Meets, because teachers, they got thrown into this. And you kind of have to, just like anything else, experiment to see what works. Because what you're used to doing in a classroom, like right now, I can look at you and see if you understand what I'm saying. It's not like that virtually, even in a Google Meet. I mean, it's hard to even see their eyes. Are they comprehending? Are they paying attention? Are they doing what I'm asking them to do? They could be watching YouTube and have the screen up and they're not even with me. It's harder virtually. And as you can see, student participation is down. And if you're an at-risk kid and you're not reading on grade level and the teacher's putting out grade level reading content, putting some supports in there, it's much harder and it's going to take you a lot longer to do it. And I'm going to talk about those concerns in just a minute. In thinking about reopening our high school buildings, Ms. Fink and I surveyed our high school teachers, just like Ms. Hayes did. My questions were a little bit different. Approximately 27% of teachers want a full reopening because they feel it is best for their students, not only academically. Which picture? Oh, yeah. We've made a lot of adjustments. Like I said, Warren Lewis and I met about the staggering assignments. And in the next slides, I'm not going through all my slides because Ms. Hayes, she covered the same complaints, the same concerns, the same pros we're hearing at high school too. But I've put them in there in BOE Connect. Our PowerPoint is in there, so you can go in and read those. I use direct quotes from my teachers and from parents and kids so that you could see it, read it for yourself. But Warren Lewis said when we met, using community feedback, we continue to make adjustments to improve our instructional practices. And I think that the activity where it leveled back out, it shows we are trying to fix, we're listening to parents' concerns, and we're making adjustments. But in this shirt, this is Jerry Brewer at Daniel Boone. Before before COVID hit, Miss Fink can tell you he did not use a lot of technology. He's a construction teacher at Daniel Boone, and he has learned to use Canvas, and you can see his shirt, Canvas Strong, all day long. And so, Boone Strong. Miss Red. So, it's funny. And I did not include it, but I have a great video demonstrating a saw, if you all want to see that he sent out to kids. And so I have that as well. Okay. Approximately 27% of teachers want a full reopening because they feel it is best for their students, not only academically, but to meet their basic needs. The same terms kept coming up over and over again. Mental health supports, concerned about child abuse, concerned are they eating? So those kept coming up. Approximately 15% of our teachers preferred a staggered opening as the next step in order to transition students into the building slowly. Although this seems like a natural next step, many teachers cited that it would be overwhelming to teach in a hybrid environment, just like our student board members said. It would also continue to put a burden on families. So our teachers are thinking about families as they make these decisions. Students have also stated that would be confusing, and for those who need consistency, this raises a concern. So if they go on Monday and then they have virtual learning Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they feel like it's going to be confusing to them, but the unknown sometimes is that way. Approximately 60% of our teachers want to remain on virtual instruction for the safety of everyone. Like you all, I'm receiving emails from parents wanting a full reopening. I've received many today. You all are on there as well. I've not heard from anybody who wants something different than a full reopening when it comes to our parents. Many parents and high school students are ready to be back in the building and feel it is safe as long as we follow CDC protocols. Now, let's say at Boone I have 1,300. Full reopening, realistically, there is no way we will be able to socially distance. I know that some of you during a board visit got to see class changes at a high school. I mean, they're cram-packed in there. It's going to be hard. I don't know. And then teachers are very concerned that if we go back, students, faculty, everyone wearing a mask, because they know at our high schools we cannot socially distance. And so they are very concerned about that as well. They cited over and over again that they fear not only for student safety, but for the safety of themselves and their families because we cannot socially distance. In thinking about a future of virtual learning is especially difficult for our at-risk students, like I said, and I am very, very concerned about our at-risk seniors. I pulled the numbers again today. We currently have 218 seniors failing one or more classes. That's 31% of our senior class. 48 seniors recovering credits from previous years. So most likely, the 218, that includes the 48. They're probably failing now, and they have classes they failed in the past. And 56 seniors who have already missed 5 or more instructional days. That's 9% of the senior class. So regardless of the environment, we will need to make some individualized plans to support at-risk seniors in order for them to complete their graduation requirements on time. I do ask that you all allow us to allow some seniors into the building for one-on-one time to fulfill graduation requirements, because I don't know that if they're motivated enough to do that on their own. They need somebody behind them, getting them to get this stuff done. I've provided detailed feedback from my teachers and students, including direct quotes. He can quickly go through some of that. I'm not reading all that to you. I know this PowerPoint is so large, I think 89 slides. But I wanted to be transparent with all the information I've received so that you all can make the best decision that you can for our kids.
Ashley, can I ask a question?
Yes.
You said 30% of the seniors are at risk.
31% are failing one or more class right now in virtual learning.
What's that look like when we're not virtual learning?
About 10%. Because teachers are able to get behind them and be like, why didn't you turn this in? Come on, get to it. Get your head off the desk.
Yeah.
Go home and be like, get your head off the desk and log in.
Okay.
So it's a little bit harder to get them motivated. They've got senioritis at the start of the school year.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Keys?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually for Dr. Keys and Mr. Dr. Hayes, as we were talking about the virtual learning and the lesson plans, early on in our continual learning plan, I guess, or continuous learning plan, we talked about asynchronous and synchronous delivery. And I think the expectation was there would be probably more synchronous delivery than what we're currently, synchronous is 2 ways, right? Okay. There was more of that type of delivery than what's actually occurring. What are we doing to alleviate that and to get back to, you know, and I heard you talk a little bit about the reasons why you can't, but we've got a product here that we are being paid for by parents to provide to our customers, our children. What are we doing to improve what we're doing virtually?
I can speak to the high school, and I've got a quote from a parent that I got after I built this. I could read to you about some other stuff, but I don't think it's realistic to ask our high school teachers to live stream every day and make strong instructional videos to help the ones who cannot log in. I've heard from families, mainly from students, who are not logging in like they should. They're working, and some of them right now, that's the only income in the house. I know it's sad, but it's true. They're helping their K-8 siblings because parents are working full-time. And I have a first grader. I know I have to hold her hand to get her through everything. They're helping them, and so they cannot get onto Google Meets. When I ask my teachers how many kids are logging in, the AP classes are almost at 100% attendance for Google Meets. So some teachers are live streaming all day, every day if they're AP or advanced, because those kids are able to get on. But our regular classes, the average is about 6 participants. I spoke to one teacher this morning. She had first period up all morning, 0 kids. 5th period, she has a sibling, they're twins, of the first period class. And he got on 5th period because he wanted to sleep in. So high school kids, they're not going to show up like that. They don't work like that. If I pulled up the activity report, you would see some of our kids are working from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. They're logging in when they can. And I cannot imagine working full-time in high school trying to support my family and doing a full load of coursework. It just shocks me what I hear. And I know that we hear a lot from parents who are like, well, they should live stream all day, every day. We could, but it's going to hurt the quality of instruction at our high schools for those kids who cannot log on to the Google Meets. And so I would rather them only do 2 a week and have strong instructional videos and be able to set up individualized Google Meets with kids and email to support our students. Now, after we implemented the 2 Google Meets a week, because that was new based on parent feedback, this is what this parent said to me. I have a child who is a freshman at Crockett. I do not like the new rule that every teacher must have 2 Google Meets each week. She is working extremely hard in all of her classes and plenty of instruction and resources. Having the extra Google Meets and extending her school day into the evening, she loses 1 to 2 hours of work time for the Google Meet. She enjoys seeing her teachers and other students, but it has caused her to work until 4 or 4:30, or to go to her cheer practice and then have to work again after dinner. 6 to 7 hours on the computer each day, just being on the computer, is excessive. I would like to see this requirement lifted or lowered to at least 1 a week. And so we implemented 2 Google Meets a week to meet families' needs. And then I get this, and I get more of these. There's really not any way to meet everybody's needs in this virtual environment.
Pretty much the same thing. The common thing that we're hearing from teachers and parents is balancing their home life with their students' education, and even with teachers, balancing virtual and recorded and meeting all the students' needs, from working from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. And to repeat what Ashley said, unfortunately, one size does not meet all, and I think that's what's caused this whole decision of what even to do so tough. Because you've heard from multiple parents and teachers, and so have us, and there's always a common thread, but there's that little tiny different component that makes their situation different and tough. And it is hard to meet the needs. So with the teachers, all that we can ask is to offer both the best that you can, that's not stressing you out and wearing you out, but it's the good quality instruction, whether it's live or recorded, that gives parents the opportunity to either the kids go live or watch recorded. There is not a quick answer. But all we can do is provide the resources to our families by supporting our teachers and showing them and helping and supporting them approaching the virtual learning with recorded videos and live videos. And I wish it was a quick fix. Yes.
One more question on that then. I mean, is every individual teacher responsible is every individual teacher responsible for creating their own instructional video content? Or if we have math, third grade math across the whole system, do we take our best teachers, have them create the video, and then have all the rest of the teachers and the instructional assistants work on the more one-on-one or small group efforts?
The only thing I can say on that, this is a lot of my personal opinion and my own research and being a teacher myself, is the biggest component is the connections with your students. And if we start farming out all these different lessons and watching somebody that we don't know, and even though we're following up as a teacher, I'm afraid we'll lose that connection. So as long as we can, I think that helps with that connection with our kids.
And Mr. Meredith, I would like to speak to that as a high school English teacher. So I would always go through and grade my students' work. I would have it finished at the end of the day. You all know I'm an overachiever. That's just how I am. And I would adjust my instruction for the next day. And so if we're using something that someone else is making, it's not going to be tailor-made to that class and their specific needs. Just because I'm teaching English 10 and another teacher's teaching English 10, it does not mean that we're going to be at the same place, same time, same instruction, same way. It does not work for all kids.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Perhaps our most at-risk students are those that are disabled in various ways. Dr. Myers, would you like to speak to that?
Just to give you a brief overview of where we are. As part of our continuous learning plan, we had to submit a reopening plan for students with disabilities. We submitted that to the state. What that plan said is when we are virtual and remote and closed down, after 14 days, if numbers start to reduce in the community and it feels like that we can enter students in safely, then we will start to move that way. Those are IEP decisions, those are individualized, those are mainly for our most significantly impaired kids. So we are in that phase. We're bringing in kids, with kids coming in 2 times a week for 2 hours each. It's 1-to-1, one kid, one adult. The safety protocols we've gone through with Dr. Wood from ETSU and Dr. Thomas from the health department. That's where we are with that population. For our intervention students, excuse me, we are live streaming intervention, and we are also recording and posting. We have access here at the office to the Google Classrooms, and the teachers are doing a fantastic job. Our teachers are a little bit unique, though. They have 45-minute intervals, which is a little bit different and a little bit easier to live stream for that amount of time instead of being responsible for a whole day like the gen ed teachers are. We surveyed our teachers, special ed teachers, to see if they were making this decision, what would they decide to come back. And 46% said remain virtual, 28% would rather open fully, and then 24 would be the staggered. And we'll just say right there, it was the same themes throughout, just as everybody else has talked about. The 3 main themes were safety for students and teachers. We have an at-risk population. There's severe medical needs with our students. Consistency. We have a population that definitely needs that consistency. So teachers really voiced in the survey that our students are starting to kind of get in the groove of things, so to change to a staggered schedule may be more difficult. And then as far as full reopen, our teachers are very worried about struggling students. That's the only students our teachers see. They're having difficulties in their learning, so our teachers are very concerned about that. But those were the thoughts of the special ed teachers, and that's where we are as a department. Do y'all have any questions?
How many students do you have coming in?
Coming in, we have around 30. Yeah.
Board members, I want to point out too, if an IEP team decides that something is best for a child, that's what happens regardless of what this board decides. That's federal law. So if IEP team says that a child comes in 3 days a week, even if you fully close us, we gotta bring those kids in. Just one point there. And this is for a very small minority of students, but that's how it is. Anything else for Dr. Myers? Last supervisor to speak will be our career technical education supervisor, Crystal Flint.
My information really mirrors what Dr. Key said because we're both in the high school, but I did survey our CTE teachers separately, and Heath, it's on slide 51. We have 33 career technical teachers for our county, 29 responses, and you can see 69% of those wish to remain virtual, 13.8% staggered, and 17 fully open. On slide 52, the board made a decision last time that we could allow students in for labs. As you can see, out of 159 responses, and these are student responses, 65.4% were ROTC. I was also asked to monitor our ROTC program. So you can see the remaining students participating in in-person labs were only 34.5%. To break that data down even further, there were 21 student contacts that gained cosmetology clinical hours. We had 2 students in our graphic design department, and this was our new printer. They needed to receive training. We had 17 students in person for health science programs. They did all receive a CPR certification. And then we had 16 agricultural students in, and this was for a supervised agriculture experience in animal science. I do want the board to know that we are continuing with our work-based learning. We have several students that are accruing the career practicum course credit, anywhere from landscaping to Walmart, ETSU, golf course. We have 20 students in restaurants, either fast food or full service. We have 8 retail and 2 agricultural. We have been recently granted permission into valid healthcare again. This is for our cardiovascular tech industry certification program through our health science department. These students will be allowed to enter into the telemetry, echo, and the stress test lab at Valid Health. Of course, things could change as our community numbers change, but right now they are going to receive access, and we hope to start this next October. So that is all I have. Like I said, a lot of what I had mirrors what Dr. Key said because it's in high school. But does anybody have any questions?
Anything at all? We get into something
Yes.
else?
Dr. Flanagan,
Yes.
I did have a question for Dr. Keys. You had stated that it wouldn't, you talked about the teachers doing live teaching and recordings. Could we not record their live teaching?
We have, but it's not going to be as good as, and teachers are recording their Google Meets and posting them on Canvas. I have been going in just to make sure that they're meeting the expectations, but it's very time consuming to go into all those Canvas courses with 50 billion clicks, but principals are monitoring that too. We are recording those and posting those inside of Canvas, but a Google Meet and that instruction is not nearly as good as an instructional video because you have kids going in and out, you know, they can't hear, you know, they're having tech problems, they think they're muted and they're not, and you all know from board meetings. And so they're not as good of a quality as the instructional videos they're creating through a software like Loom, where it shows their face down in the corner. So,
Have we had any kids switch from the Chromebook to the jump drive?
we have, I think, 58 students at our high schools. It might be a little bit higher than that. That might just be Crockett's number. But we have some on flash drives, yes.
But I was wondering if you had some that started out with the Chromebook trying the virtual and it just wasn't working, so they had to go to the zip drive.
If that has happened, I don't know about it, but I know that we had lots that started with a USB drive. They're now on a Chromebook.
Okay.
So they're falling off instead of the numbers going up.
Okay.
Any other questions for the curriculum supervisors?
I got one for you, Dr. Feynman.
Yes, sir.
Are we keeping up, trying to keep up with attendance at all?
Oh, yes.
How we do that? How are we doing?
All right, good question. Kathy, you want to weigh in on that? Because, all right, I'll answer it. Every week we start out and we count everybody present. And then at the end of the week, a teacher will look at the total scope and quality of the work done. State board says we gotta do 35 hours worth of engaged work a week. That includes lunch and other things. And the teacher will say, okay, this child did everything that I think that he should have done, I'm gonna give him 5 days. Or maybe not, there's only 4 days worth of work here or 3 days. So it's subjective. I mean, it's not like they're wanting a seat. They look at the scope of work done, how many times they logged in, how much work was submitted, the quality of the work. And that was the plan we submitted to the state board, and that's the plan they approved. And that's pretty much what everybody's doing. You want to add anything to it there?
I just mark everybody distance learning every morning, and then the teachers send to the office who's absent, and they change it if they.
Board members, I want to share just a few little bits of data with you. If you'll tolerate us just a quick line, and we're going to get to your discussion very soon. Just want to make sure you were fully informed. Okay, this is, what you're looking at now is the Tennessee Department of Health's 14-day average infection rate. The 31.69 you see at the top right is the daily infection rate per 100,000 residents. Washington County reported 41 new cases yesterday. Now, since I captured that slide this afternoon, they added today's numbers. It dropped to, well, look at the bottom, 16.51 there in that bottom box is the average rate of new C19 cases per 100,000 county residents over the last 14 days. That number had been increasing until today. It dropped to 15.9 about 2 hours ago. This is important because it is the metric on which the original school board approved reopening plan was based. And the reason it says Washington County is above the threshold is because that's actually the criteria for nursing home visitation. And the reason we used it was because back in late May, that's the only thing we had. And this is what Johnson City used. It's what systems all over the state, including Metro Nashville, used, because that's what we had. Next up, and this has changed in the last few hours, this is Washington County's new cases by date generated by the Tennessee Department of Health. The new cases yesterday were 41. The red line that you see that's just jumping everywhere is the 4-day average. The average yesterday was 28. Since this afternoon, it has dropped to 12. So that's as low as it's been since mid-June, which is a great thing. Next slide shows, this is actually produced by the White House, literally the White House in Washington. Now, I meet multiple times weekly with the Regional Health Department, and every time we meet, always in WebEx, they lead off with this slide. Note that the data is at least 2 weeks old. That's the way it is with this. 2 days ago, and if you can pick out Washington County, I don't know if I can use it. Anyway, surely y'all can find Washington County. We've lived here for years. Washington County 2 days ago was white, and the surrounding counties were yellow. And today we turned up yellow, and the surrounding counties, Unicoi, Green, and Sullivan County turned off red. So even in the White House's estimation, the infection rate is jumped. Again, this is just data provided to us by various health departments. This is particularly telling. 47 days ago, the Department of Health started keeping track of infections by age group. Now this is age 5 through 18, which is pretty much our clientele. This is a spreadsheet for Washington County residents, and that pretty much, like I said, comprises who we have enrolled. Notice from mid-June through yesterday, pretty steady increase. It did drop today to 184. That's the second time it's dropped since these records have been kept. So that age group, age 5 through 18, is actually advancing. See, they're the third leading group in terms of increased COVID-19. Since you originally adopted a reopening plan, the state can now track COVID-19 cases by zip code. Look at this. Pick your zip code and you can tell how many people are sick among your neighbors. I live in 37681, and we're not doing as well as Telford. Limestone's not doing as well as Telford. Now, the reason there's that big white empty place up there, Sullivan County is considered a separate metropolitan zone like Knoxville, Chattanooga, Memphis, and Nashville. So their numbers are not in with our numbers. So this is far better data than we've been able to see heretofore. And Washington County is in a little bit better shape than, say, South Greene County and on up into Johnson County and Carter County. And this number is current as of yesterday.
Dr. Planner?
Yes.
When you were describing that, I thought I heard you say, what that's showing is the number of sick people.
21-day case rate. Let me be very plain there.
Yeah, I mean, because they're not all sick, right? Yeah, is that
But I
correct?
cannot answer that. I can only read that it just says it's the 21-day case rate.
These are the ones that tested positive.
Yeah.
All right.
I assume that's right, but I don't have that information. I'll stick on that if anybody else wants to say anything about it. One of the 6 performance indicators the state uses to evaluate local school systems is chronic absenteeism. Our most recent report card showed us a 13.3%. By the way, chronic absenteeism, a student that's chronically absent is anyone that is absent 10% or more at any point in the school year. 13.3 is pretty good, and it was less than it was in 2017. As of the 2 weeks into the school year, we jumped to 13.8%, which I have to think would be about what you would expect. But what really worries me, and Ashley alluded to this, in the high schools, over a third of our kids have basically dropped off the map among the economically disadvantaged population. And that's a bunch of Crockett. Not so many Boone, but a lot of Crockett. Again, over a third of our economically disadvantaged students in the high schools are chronically absent. I don't want to say they've given up, but pretty close. All right, next, we keep track, actually our coordinated school health department keeps track of the number of people, students and employees that are quarantined or isolated. As of today, we had 47 in quarantine or isolation and 4 confirmed with COVID-19. I will not publicly mention what schools they are in. That's a system-wide number. And the last slide I have for you, we are one of 3 school systems in Tennessee that have this data. This graphic represents the number of Washington County children being raised by grandparents. And the darker the color, the more likely that community has a household that is led by grandparents. And you can see down in these communities, down in the Bowmantown, Limestone, the regions that serve mostly Westview and Grandview. Can you see all that slide? I guess that's my fault. Something like 33%, it's my fault, I didn't capture the total. Over 30% of those children are being raised by grandparents, and I don't need to remind you that grandparents are a big part of the at-risk population in our region. And that's the data set that I have for you. I don't, being not a medical person, I can't speak to it much more than what you've seen. Mr. Chairman, I will say that multiple individuals have requested to address the school board on the topic of school reopening. They could not attend the meeting because of Governor Lee's executive order number 60. I have written statements in hand from 3 people. Board policy provides that these statements may be read into the record at any point during the meeting, at which time the message is germane to the discussion. Now, Mr. Chairman, I can read these at any time at your discretion, or we can simply wait until they come up in the agenda, but I will tell you that the next thing we're going to discuss is the reopening plan. So it's your call. I can read it now or read them later.
I'll read them now.
All right. I have 3, and my voice gives out. I'm going to turn it over to Ashley. And then brief, to the Board of Education. I am a mother of 3 children in this school district. I have a 3rd grader, a freshman, and a junior. I honestly don't even know where to begin. I guess I will start off with how dismissive many of you have been in regards to concerns I have brought to you. It is very disheartening to email our leaders and get no responses from any of you. I will add that a general response is not really a response at all. Our chairman has not responded to any emails or phone calls that I have made to him. As a resident and taxpayer in this county, that is unacceptable. Mr. Chairman, you are supposed to be a leader. Is this how leaders lead? You have completely ignored parents who voted for you, parents who voted for you even with your controversial past as a school board member. Many of us did so because we truly thought you were going to be good for the school system. I am truly at the brink of tears as I write this. I just can't understand how parents get denied the opportunity to publicly voice concerns to those who voted into these positions. We have been dismissed all because of our concerns. All our concerns are different than yours. Our concerns are for our children, and they should have been heard and listened to. Every single one of you, at the very least, should have put forth an effort to hold a safe, socially distanced, face-to-face meeting. You have completely broken the community's trust and lost the respect of parents in this community. I don't even know if you're listening now or if you are even open to hearing my concerns as a parent. All I can do is let you know what the days are like for my kids, myself, and my husband. We have had a wonderful experience with online learning for our third grade. She's at Grandview, and her teacher has done a wonderful job with what has been thrown at her, and for that I am thankful. My daughter is able to go to SACC during the day, and even on days when she could stay home, she begs to go. My high school children do not have this option. They are stuck inside with their computers. I am not sure any of you actually realize the damage this is doing to them. They don't know how to express their feelings. Quite frankly, I don't know if they even understand it themselves. My husband and I come home from work and it's back to the Chromebook for things they've missed, things they don't understand, or stuff they just got fed up with and quit doing. One of mine I'm very worried about. He is already somewhat introverted, and this has made it even worse. These are real fears. This isn't just what I need to work up or I don't want to deal with my kids. Like many supporters of all virtual, I want the public to think. You are shutting our children down during the years that they start to form who they are and want to be. My freshmen didn't get to have an orientation. We were told when we picked up our Chromebooks, our children would have to be able to show us that they could navigate their systems. Instead, they were told to log in and that was it. So we have been using the last few weeks trying to figure out the multiple different programs and basically winging it. We were not ready. You as a board should have done a better job preparing teachers, students, and their families on how this is supposed to work. Instead, you leave us all to fend for ourselves while holding us accountable. Who is holding you accountable? Is it your friends in the system that don't want to return to the classroom? Are those that want to return because they see the damage this is doing to public education even allowed to voice their concerns if they are different from yours? Do you feel like you are doing your jobs? Do you feel like the children in this county think that their education matters at this point? Many high school parents I have spoken to said their children don't feel like any of this even matters anymore. Do you think how difficult that is to hear as a parent? I hope it breaks your heart to hear that children who are trying to figure out what they want to do when they grow up don't even think that it matters anymore. Children who are trying to decide on whether they will go to college or trade schools feel like it's not that important. Some of them have talked about dropping out and just going into the workforce. We have kids begging to be back in school. Many of them now realizing why structure is so important and why parents are wanting to keep their kids active. This virus is not going to go away. Do you really want to look back at your time as a servant to the children in this community and know that you failed? Do you want to look back at a virus that is still here in 20 years and know that your decisions caused children to stop believing that people cared? Give parents an opinion, or give an option. Give these kids a chance. If you have never cared about what I had to say before, please hear this. Give our children a chance to be kids again. Thank you, Rachel Bates. Next, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Josh Foster. I live at 308 Jim Raines Road in Jonesboro. My wife and I have 3 children currently enrolled in Jonesboro Elementary School, 2 in kindergarten and 1 in the 2nd grade. I am a certified registered nurse anesthetist currently practicing at Holston Valley Medical Center. Several weeks ago, I wrote you to voice my support for the reopening of schools. After conducting a review of several hundred journal articles and scientific papers, I feel more confident than ever that schools should reopen. The past 2 weeks, my children have been involved in virtual learning, and I must say that I find this practice to be entirely insufficient for younger students. Kindergartners and 2nd graders need to be instructed in person, and and do not have the maturity nor the attention span to absorb lessons from a screen. As frustrating as this is for the children and the parents, I am sure the faculty has been very frustrated with technical glitches and the general unfamiliarity with the processes and platforms required for virtual learning. The efforts of your staff have been commendable when faced with these challenges, and they have put forth a Herculean effort. I am in no way disparaging the effort I have personally witnessed, nor am I dissatisfied with the quality of the instructors. Virtual teaching has its limitations, especially for younger students. What I have found after countless hours of research is that a very small percentage of children will contract COVID-19. Most of these children will be minimally affected. According to the studies cited below, there have been very few cases of active transmission of school-age children to either their cohorts or to their family members or school staff. Most active transmissions to children have been from close contact adults with their family units, and most of these children have remained asymptomatic and with very little risk of virus transmission to others. Schools around us are reopening. The businesses and restaurants in our area are now open. Teams are playing sports, people shop in stores and hold social gatherings, and yet we continue to keep schools closed. I submit to you that each child that would be attending school is already being exposed to risk factors through parents, siblings, or outings on the town. My opinion is that we give the population with the least health risk the opportunity to again participate in a constructive learning atmosphere while following the approved guidelines. In short, I am advocating at least for the reopening of the elementary schools so that the most positive learning environment can be obtained by the population that is most in need of person-to-person instruction or exhibiting the least susceptibility to effects of COVID. Respectfully, Joshua T. Foster. Mr. Foster adds several pages of additional citations on American and international studies. All of these are in BOE Connect, and all of them are available for public scrutiny on the website. I won't go through them because, again, they are citations. Lastly, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Tamara Foster, and I live at 308 Jim Range Road in Jonesboro. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address my concerns. As a mother of a second grader and twin kindergartners, I am very concerned about my children's education, experience with virtual learning. Our children K through 6 are in their formative years. Early education is the foundation that will set them up for success or to fall behind in meeting standardized test requirements. Confidence and feelings of adequacy can either be developed or hindered based on the skills acquired in their primary years. Coronavirus has brought challenges to our everyday way of life we never would have imagined. It forced us to think outside the box. Virtual learning is one of those examples that works in theory but not in practice. And under the heading Challenges and Limitations to Virtual Learning, Ms. Foster says lack of social interaction. There is a lack of social interaction with teachers and classmates. One of the most important early lessons in school is the ability of children to develop a sense of citizenship with their class, respect for their teachers and other classmates, and the ability to develop self-control in a classroom setting. During virtual class times, it is apparent that children's lack of attention span and focus cannot be readily addressed through a screen. Young students who have multiple siblings in the household require constant redirection and attention to stay on task. I have heard from many parents of middle school and high school children who worry about depression and social isolation and the long-term effects of being out of school for an extended period. It cannot be ignored that we do not often know which teens suffer silently suicidal ideations until it is possibly too late. Factors such as this can be harmful to some as the virus itself. Under the heading Technical Difficulties, Ms. Foster writes, parents and students spend as much time working through technical glitches, lack of bandwidth, internet interruptions, unfamiliarity with programs, and finding work as we do in actual instruction and teaching. Not to mention difficulty with comprehension through the screen. This has made learning an unpleasant experience for some. My second grader has had multiple meltdowns trying to navigate the Google Slides and add or attach a document to send in work. Parents and grandparents are unable to navigate the system. How do we expect elementary students to find and complete the work themselves? I cannot imagine the anxiety of children who do not receive support at home, not to mention some students are still waiting on Chromebooks. Under the heading of Challenges to Working Families, Ms. Foster writes, virtual learning poses extra challenges for working families. I know parents who've had to quit work to homeschool their children. only to run out of funds and have to return to work. They are forced to take their children with them to their jobs, often in an environment not conducive to learning. Parents are having to juggle work while simultaneously helping their children with assignments and do the needs, all while trying to bring home an income for their family. Some have to make the choice to assist their child at home after putting in a full day's work. Many child care centers are full, and some parents do not have the income to pay for child care. I do not begrudge teachers getting child care provided, but we must be mindful of long-term effects of working parents having to pay for child care that might become income deficient. Some programs that are utilized are only available during school hours, i.e. EPIC books. This also presents a challenge to working families who must work with the child in the evenings. Under the heading of special needs children, Ms. Foster writes, special needs children are at a higher risk for being negatively impacted by learning. The intervention and resources are not as readily available to help them overcome some of the additional obstacles they face if we do not return to in-person learning in the near future. In closing, here we are at the crossroads to make a decision to remain virtual, go to a hybrid 1 day per week, or return 5 days for in-person instructional learning. I personally do not see how teachers and students are supposed to consolidate a week's worth of learning into 1 day, and how students are expected to retain that much information at one time. Since the Washington County Health Department deemed it safe for Johnson City Schools to return, which has a higher density of students, it should be safe for Washington County Schools since both districts are under the same health department. The Board of Education in Kingsport, Bristol, Tennessee, and Virginia have also made the decision to return to in-person learning K-6. If our kids can go to ball games in places like Target, Walmart, and Dollywood, but we do not allow our children back in the classroom, what does that say about the value we place on our children's education in the future? In my respectful opinion, the solution is choice. Those that want to remain virtual were given the option to fill out the survey and remain virtual. Parents and students who wish to return to the classroom need to be given an option as well as other than 1 day per week. Where there is willingness, there is a way, such as other districts have found. One of the most sacred responsibilities we hold as a society is to give children the best possible education in a nurturing environment where they can reach their fullest potential. Respectfully, Mary Foster, mom of 3 Jonesboro Elementary School students, and Mr. Chairman, full disclosure, Tamara and Josh Walker are personal friends of mine, go to church with them. That concludes the 3 statements that they just made. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the school reopening plan was adopted by the school board at your July meeting. Some revisions have been suggested by the Regional Health Office and our own coordinated school health department. I call your attention to the document, which is now in BOE Connect, if staff will bring that up. Mr. Chairman, I recommend all changes noted on pages 1 through 13. There is proposed language on pages 14 and 15 for the board's consideration that will require discussion. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will pause my report to allow the Board of Education to consider revisions to the Washington County School reopening plan.
Thank you, Dr. Flannery. So, I'll ask a question. So tell us one more time, which ones are the changes you wish to make to our original plan?
If it's in red, if we can get it up there. If it's in red, it's just like a policy. We're proposing to take it out. If it's in green, we're proposing to put it in. Board, we can go through it word by word if you want to. There is an underlying rationale for every change in there. If you want to talk about healthcare issues, I would ask that you speak to our 2 healthcare, actually 3. Well, Kerry Thomas and Kelly Wagner are here to coordinate school health, and they can address healthcare issues. As I've said so many times, I'm not that kind of
I think, I mean, we gotta go through the whole thing.
What did you say the difference between the red and the green was?
The red is just like a policy need. Red's what we would like for the board to remove.
Okay.
Green is language we'd like for the board to add or replace it with.
Ashley does such a great job at that. Would she do that for
I
us?
don't think Ashley's seen this document.
She's good at reading them.
So we're saying masks will be required for the full open, where we had masks will
No,
not.
it actually says it is expected that cloth masks will be worn,
Right,
which is about as close as you can come to requiring them without saying required.
okay.
Dr. Planger, question on math for a minute. I'd heard somebody say that we can't require the students to wear masks.
That's not true. Systems all around us are required.
Okay, I kind of likened it to almost a dress code.
That's exactly how other school systems are handling it. They're calling it a dress code.
Okay, and I'm sure as the employer, we can require our staff, our teachers, our faculty, and staff to do that, or not?
Your attorney has advised otherwise.
Really?
I would also point out that a dress code is the word has left me, that is a condition of employment, and our MOU with WCEA does not have a dress code policy. So it's not as black and white or straightforward as you might think. The attorney says that if you require a mask, then you are assuming a standard of care, and if we don't enforce it, sometimes harshly, the board exposes itself legally. Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about masks for school employees or
Yes,
for
ma'am.
students?
You can about do what you want to with students under the heading of dress code.
But the governor don't trump that with his mandate?
And what the governor did was allow local county mayors
To do that.
And even our mayor, we called him when the first time, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he indicated that did not extend itself to schools. And he also said that he would not expect Washington County Sheriff's Department to enforce a mask mandate in Washington County. That's about what I know.
I'm hearing that there are some school employees that, while we're on virtual, in the buildings are not wearing masks.
Yes, ma'am. I heard
Is there
that.
any way we could make a mandate for that, if we decided to make that motion?
I will attempt to enforce anything the board requires. But now, if a teacher is alone in their classroom.
I get that,
Yeah.
right, I'm talking about
Common areas.
common areas, right. Could I make that motion?
Yes, ma'am, that's up to the
Okay,
board.
I make a motion that wearing masks be mandatory for all employees of Washington County schools while on school grounds when social distancing is not possible, except for medical exemptions.
Did you just say that Scott Bennett said we should not be mandating for our,
He has reservations with a mask mandate for employees because of the standard of care that it establishes. Yes, sir.
So the county mayor says mask mandate in all public government buildings. The schools are not qualified? I just want clarification. They would not fall under?
I have that anecdotally, but not in writing, that he left the schools up to the school board.
Okay.
I'm just, if we're not practicing all of these safety procedures now while we're on virtual, what's it gonna be like when we get ready to put everybody back? We've got to practice this.
We didn't get a second on Mary Beth's
Nobody wanted
motion.
a second?
I'll second it so we can discuss it.
All right.
Now discussion. Sorry.
I understand.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, and I think it's a great idea. I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing. You're stopping it, but that's not really what we should be doing. Making the reservations, or not, whether it's sport, you know what I mean?
See, that's my concern is our lawyer has said, let's not do this could hold us down the road.
Let's not put words in his mouth. He said he has reservations about it because of the standard of care it establishes. It's still entirely the Board of Education's decision. He didn't say don't do it or do it. He said it just elevates what we must do by way of discipline for employees and students.
See, here's the biggest problem that I have. I have teachers that have said, I wear a mask. That's my choice. I have somebody who comes into my room with no mask on, they're in my room. They have no mask on. So, you know, that's not fair to that teacher. She said, I put my mask on quickly. She said, because she was in my 5-6 feet space. So how do we keep from stepping on somebody else's beliefs and feelings about this virus, is what I'm saying, as coworkers. That's what the problem that I'm facing with and the complaints I'm getting, because they want to be safe. They don't want this. And then you've got some who don't want to wear masks, which is fine. But if you enter somebody else's room, you know, you should be respectful of them.
I agree.
And we have school employees now who are quarantined, or am I wrong?
No, we have several, as I stated earlier, we have.
several,
how many?
so-
70, some odd, 80.
I think it would be a good step forward if this is what we wanted to do to get our students back, is to require all of our employees. And
What-
right.
What would be the repercussion if they don't?
Well, if it's a dress code violation, it'd be just like wearing a T-shirt with ugly language on it. It'd be a warning and then possible suspension and, you know, goes on. With the teacher, I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about, with the teacher.
We'd start out with a verbal discussion, and then it could theoretically advance to a suspension without pay. I mean, that's how that works, as you well know.
So what has been said to the staff about mask wearing in the buildings?
We expect it, we ask for it, we beg for it, we shame them for it, but we don't require it. And we do have a great many employees who have conditions that don't allow it, things, breathing disorders, asthma, and so forth.
And they should be exempt if
Yes.
they have a medical condition.
We have one who is literally claustrophobic and cannot tolerate it. And that's a medically diagnosed condition for her.
Anybody else? Are we gonna go through, well, we need to vote on the motion. So, if no one else, we need a roll call vote on that, Dr. Flannery?
That's up to you.
Yeah, roll call vote, please. Let's repeat the motion one more time.
I make a motion that wearing masks be mandatory for all employees of Washington County Schools while on school grounds when social distancing is not possible, except for medical exemptions.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener? Mr. Hammond?
No.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at all places within the plan where it is applicable, we will change the language to reflect that masks will be required for employees, period.
I'd like to ask about nutrition. Principals are authorized to have students eat meals in their classrooms under the supervision of classroom teachers. Should social distancing practice warrant doing this?
You're on, let's see,
It's page 3, F.
that'd be part 5. Yep. A waiver was granted to Washington County. There is a law that says that teachers have duty-free lunch that same amount of time that their children are eating lunch. Washington County, I applied for and received a waiver from the Tennessee State Board of Education that would allow principals to assign lunch duties in the event that children are forced to eat in classrooms. Now, that is part of the reopening plan, so if the school board decides otherwise, we will not use that waiver. You can leave it in there, or you can take it out.
So no one will be eating in the cafeteria?
We'll use the cafeteria to the extent, first thing, it depends on how you put kids back in school. If you put them all back in at once, we're going to have to figure out a way to socially distance. If you put in a small percentage, maybe not. Depending on how many kids the board puts back in school, we've got to find a way to socially distance. We'll use the cafeterias to the extent we can and still keep kids separated. If the principals are forced to use the classrooms, that's a way that they can have the kids supervised. That's all it is.
So one day, this class uses the cafeteria, and the next day, this class, does it rotate like that?
It's up to the principal.
I think it's just a little too, I mean, how do you know, I mean, if you leave that in there, then they can just make the teachers stay in there and teach all day and serve lunch.
Not have any breaks.
That is so, other than their planning period.
I do have a question for the director. Yeah, so is this break, this that we're looking at here, to me, that seems like that's removing that ability for a break from that teacher. I mean, that teacher gets a lunch break, correct? Away from
By law, the teacher gets a duty-free lunch.
Okay, but this is saying that now the teacher may not have a duty-free lunch.
Precisely.
Do we not have other staff, instructional assistants, other folks? Can we hire parent volunteers to come in and monitor lunch?
I would prefer to have an employee monitoring the kids, but yes, we do have instructional assistants, we have administrators, we have counselors, we have a lot of employees. This is simply an option available particularly to some of our bigger schools, the high schools, Boones Creek Elementary and Ridgeview, because they have so many kids. It simply may not be possible to oversee them all.
I mean, I'm hoping that each school will work as hard as they can to ensure that teachers have duty-free lunch.
Yes, and I have instructed the principals along those lines, but again, you can fix the problem right now by taking that out.
I'd like to take that out.
You need a motion.
I make a motion we remove that because teachers need meal-free lunch. They need a break, like I have already mentioned. People that have planning times either in the morning or the afternoon of 6 hours without a break. And I just, it's inhumane.
Second. Chad, the motion is to remove Article 5, Section F.
From all three plans.
From all plans.
It'd be in 1 and 2. Yeah, the virtual plan wouldn't have that because they don't eat lunch.
Get that, Jennifer. Discussion?
So, how do the students eat among the classrooms? Where will they be if they can't be in the classroom with the teacher?
No idea. They'll be outside. We may put some in buses. I don't know, hallways. But they won't be in the classroom. If this passes, they will not be in the classroom with their teachers.
Is there any other way the teachers could be in the classroom with the children's lunch and then have another time that they be off? It's probably the same difference, really, if they had another time of day where they could get a break, extra break.
Every teacher by law gets 2.5 hours of planning time per week. Most of them get a lot more than that. The high school teachers get twice that. So they have time alone, but this was legally guaranteed time alone. But now, where they will eat, that'll be up to individual principals, how many kids are in the building, and the resources available to them. And, Fall Branch and Daniel Boone are 2 entirely different places.
I don't know that eating in the classroom is a bad idea as long as the teacher ain't gonna stay there all the time.
So why couldn't assistants take
Come in
time
and-
to
They
the
can.
classroom, have a schedule?
Mr. Hammond?
Kind of what Whitney said there, doing maybe a mixture of that. Could there be another lunch shift added, or if the gym's not being used during that time?
It can. What you get into is you got kids eating lunch at 10 o'clock in the morning and others eating at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So they try to condense it down to just 1 or 2, well, not 1, but 2 or 3 lunch periods, feed as many at a time so that we don't have kids eating in mid-morning, late afternoon. We've been able to do a good job of that until this pandemic hits. And frankly, when you send kids back, I'm not sure what it's going to look like. I don't know anybody does. I mean, we'll just experiment with it till we get kids fed as quickly and efficiently as possible.
If we took 10 minutes off of each class and added it to lunchtime,
Then you lose instructional time. I mean, that is the big thing principals have struggled with ever since I've been in education. How much time do you need to give a kid to eat and not start carving into Algebra 1?
Dr. Flannery. I can speak for the K-8 world. Our numbers are a lot smaller than the high school. But during our principals meeting, that was one of the big topics of discussion and planning. The principals feel just like you do, that they want to be able to give those teachers a break during the lunchtime if students are eating lunch with them. And they are working diligently on different types of schedules where they can maybe rotate instructional assistants, maybe spread students out according to whatever type of schedule if we were to return, where they could use small, maybe put students spread out in the cafeteria with 1 or 2 IAs to rotate and take turns to give the teachers a small break. But your principals are working on looking at all the resources and employees they have within that building to help support teachers during lunch with a break, even if it's just twice a week or something. So I just want to let you know that they have been, all of them have been working on that schedule.
Ms. Keys, Dr. Keys.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to point out the high schools do not have instructional assistants like that. So we maybe have 7 total. Most of the time they work in the office, and then we have some in the special ed department, and they need to be with students. So just wanted to throw that out there. And then extending any time to add an additional lunch. The way it works at the high school, we have 5 class periods. The third one's that skinny block that we have to have for RTI for 9th graders. Already, 4th period is a little bit longer. It goes from 11:20 to 1:20. And so if we extend or add anything for lunch, it's going to lengthen 4th period and take away from the other classes.
What does that mean then? What's that gonna look like? Do you have any idea of what that means if we say we wanna have duty-free lunches for the teachers? What does that
The
look like?
last time I talked about this with my leadership team, and then before school started, if you remember, I had like a high school reopening committee of high school teachers where we talked through all of these options. We had talked about using the upper level of the gym if we had to, and social distance kids in there. We had concerns about some kids are not always nice to other kids if classes are going on during gym, so we had concerns about that. We had talked about using the upper commons at Crockett and like the hallway in front of the gym at Boone, in the theaters, but classes, when we go back, our music classes, our choral departments, will need probably the theater because they have very large classes. So we brainstormed through all of these options with the high school reopening committee, and my teachers do want duty-free lunch. We all do. I remember those days of having 5th period planning and, you go all day. But they said if duty-free lunch is taken away, they would rather have their own kids than a class of kids they don't know, because it's easier to supervise those kids because you already have a relationship with them. So that was mentioned.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one more comment, and I'll be quiet. I think we need to give our principals a lot of credit. I mean, we need to trust them and rely on them to do the best things in our school. And I think that leaving this in gives them just another option to effectively function in this pandemic. So,
Chris, Dr. Flannery, so what do we think lunch is gonna look like as far as they gonna serve trays like normal, or is it gonna be bag lunch and handed off?
It'll be, what they call it, shelf-stable packaged meals. Students will not be allowed to serve themselves because no 2 kids will get to touch the same utensil. There'll be additional sanitation requirements on the cooks and the servers. The children, as they enter the serving areas, will have to stand 6 feet apart. Everything you would expect that you would see in a restaurant, we're going to do in the kitchens. So it'll be different, and it'll probably be slower. This will slow them down. Just running them through, throwing stuff on a plate and getting them out, taking their money. They won't even be allowed to touch, when they push in their codes to charge meals, the people will do it for them. So we don't want 2 kids touching the same keypad. So it will be slower.
So
Now, exactly what it's going to look like, we won't know yet.
So they're going to have to go to the cafeteria, then back to their room?
Yeah. We can't take the food to them. We don't know what they want to eat.
On that?
I don't want to get off
subject here, but I am curious to know, how long is the elementary school lunch for?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the school, but
Around 25 minutes, average about 25 minutes.
a little bit longer than high school. And I want to say this, 39 years I've been watching high school principals try to figure out lunch. None of them have ever figured it out. They are constantly tweaking and nobody's got it right yet.
You know why? Because we're not giving them enough time. We are so caught up and worrying about numbers. And we're going back to the basics. That's part of this pandemic. In the last 3, 4, 5 years, we see that we need more CTE time. Well, I gotta tell you, when I was growing up, we had 2 recesses a day, and I'm not promoting that, but if you put me as a 3rd grader, 2nd grader in a classroom, most schools not having windows, I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls too at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think if we could find a way, and this is nothing to do with the pandemic, other than I don't wanna see lunch time for the kids be decreased. But somehow, some way, whether state, federal, local, we've got to get back to where we put the being of the kids, of the teachers, of the parents first, and worry less about promoting and producing robots. And I think that is part of this pandemic that is stopping school systems to take a look at how they're doing things. And I mean, no disrespect to administrators or anyone, but we have got to remember we are dealing with children, and we're killing their creativity, and we're killing their activity rate. But that's my soapbox, sorry.
Explain.
I am concerned at some schools, you're like Boones Creek Elementary, the old one, the cafeteria was right in the middle. The new Boones Creek school, 25 minutes, my goodness, for an 8th grader, that'd take you basically give them 10 minutes to eat.
You go across the court with them sometimes, don't you?
And do we really want kindergartners to carry a tray back to their, I mean, my gosh, I've seen.
I hadn't thought of that.
How you'll be following them with the cleanup.
That's why I say add, during this time right now, let's just add 10 more minutes to take 10 minutes out of each class and add it into the lunch. And let everybody come in there, social distancing. Instead of having 3 lunches, we'll have 6 lunches.
Well, that's in high schools what you're talking about.
Well, any of them.
That 25 minutes is lunch.
Yeah.
There is transition time.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Dr. Flaherty, how many kids are at Lamar? Do you know off the top of your
Not
head?
off the top of my head. I've got it up on my desk. But
Because they can only do 40 kids at a time if we're social distancing in the cafeteria. So that's gonna tell you how much time they're gonna have to have.
I don't want to start feeding the kid at 10 o'clock in the morning, because by 3 o'clock, he's starving to death again.
Well, they're already feeding them at 10 o'clock in the morning. They get,
They
the
get a
little ones
snack.
do, and they get a snack in the afternoon.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's those ones that have to wait till 1 o'clock that
Get something to eat.
get
Simply
something I
it'd
worry
be
about.
best for each principal and teachers to have a staff meeting, because we are during a time of pandemic. I mean, my God, we're at home, and they're teaching. So if there's that give and take, let the principals and their staff, the teachers sit down, look at the discussion, alternate the lunch temporarily, give them a few minutes leeway, go to the cafeteria, whatever, maybe put kindergarten through 2nd grade in the cafeterias. Or, you know, there's ways around it. It's just, we gotta take the rigidness out of it so they can play with it, like we played with virtual learning. I mean, it's a step forward anyway from not being taught at home. So I think the principals would know best, and meeting with their teachers and kind of come to a compromise to see where we could go forward.
amen.
Yeah, this Roman numeral 5, it just gives the principal another tool in his toolbox. It's not saying they're required to make it a classroom. It just says if it's necessary, they have that authority to do that, so.
I think the worry from the teachers are, and what I'm hearing right here, they're gonna be doing lunch. That's what I'm hearing right here. They're gonna be doing lunch because there ain't nobody else to do it. If we don't extend the lunch period a little while, somehow, some way, they're gonna be in there doing lunch if we leave this in there.
I agree.
I
We
mean,
need to take it out. It's It's just only right. Nobody would want to go 6 hours without a break.
Yeah, 'cause I know a lot of them, we say they get all this planning time, but I know personally, there's meetings almost every day, so they don't really get hardly any free time at some schools.
Yeah, I think we need to take that out of there and then let them, go from there. Maybe.
I really think we ought to decide on when we're going back. Then go from that.
I think we're getting there.
Because, we don't know what we're gonna do till we figure out when we're going back.
Well, I thought we was trying to figure out what we're gonna do when we go back, and then in a minute, we're gonna figure out when we're going back. All right, so, we got a motion in a second. Roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
That's to take it out, right?
Correct.
Correct.
No.
Ms. Buchanan? Yes. Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
No.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
That's removed. Mr. Chairman, I will bring your attention to page 1, Part B, Section 4 and 5. The Health Department is requesting that both of those phrases be removed.
Is this on the full reopen or the?
Full reopen, yes.
So section B,
Section B, Part 4 and 5, and that also counts on the staggered reopen as well.
it looks like 4 is part of.
Yes, the face shields, they have determined, are not as effective as masks, so Dr. Thomas at the Health Department asked that we take it out. And by the way, she went through every word of this. The Health Department has been through every word of this, and I will not say that they endorsed it, because they will not, but they have vetted it. And Part 5, the Center for Disease Control no longer says that taking temperatures does any good at all, so we'll just take it out.
Dr. Flannery, do we have equipment to take temperatures?
The state has provided us with 200 infrared thermometers. No batteries, by the way, but they gave us thermometers. We bought the batteries.
Get that from her somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
yeah, we got plenty of thermometers.
Go ahead, Mr. Hammond.
And I understand about the face shield, but you made a point earlier about employees that couldn't wear a mask for
Yes.
whatever reason. Would it hurt to leave, I mean, a face shield's better than nothing if we're gonna require something, if you do have a driver that is suffering from any type of, illness or whatever, that they can't.
We can certainly add that language, or a face shield for those individuals who are medically unable to wear a mask, something to that effect.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
Yes, it is. But I don't believe there's been a motion made yet, Mr. Chairman.
Are we gonna go down each line and we're gonna change, that way you're gonna do it, Dr. Flannery, or?
You could approve every bit of it with one motion, sir.
Well, let's just skip to it and see if there's anything else we wanna find, and then we'll just adopt it as written. Is that okay?
That's up to you, sir.
I mean,
You've gone from the full to the staggered.
no, this is full.
Okay, we're still doing
A lot of it's identical.
that. I know.
So are we gonna add the language David's referring to? Is that gonna be a motion to come?
Well, I guess it needs to be a motion now, and we don't forget about it.
So we'll make a motion.
Yes, sir, I'll make that before we
We got a second?
Second.
Any discussion further?
Please repeat your motion.
Will you repeat your motion, Ms. Hammond?
for those that cannot wear a face mask, have the option of wearing a face shield for medical reasons or.
Yeah, in Little Roman numeral 4, you leave or face shield if masks are not medically necessary.
What do you mean that for the bus drivers and riders, or are you talking about employees?
It says all riders and drivers.
But I'm talking about, was you meaning for employees where we,
Well, we're discussing bus drivers right now, but Mike, that's a valid
I
point.
mean,
We could say that they're optional for those that can't wear the face mask for employees.
Well, I don't think a bus driver needs to have a face shield on his face on a cold school bus and him sitting there breathing, because that's gonna fog up. And the boys, when you get on a bus and it's cold in the mornings and you're sitting there breathing, that thing's fogging up. No way, no way.
And then we go back to the, if they medically or for whatever reason can't wear a mask, they just not wear them. I was just giving y'all.
So, the way we done that one motion.
Well, right now, we need to, even David needs to withdraw his, if he don't like that.
I'll withdraw the motion for face shields, but the bus drivers are to be treated as the other employees if they can't wear a mask for whatever reason. And they fall under employees, so that's probably best just to do it that way.
So,
Withdraw.
I'll withdraw my second.
Not
So,
do anything.
Just leave it alone.
is the last motion we made then, will be enough to do all, I mean, did we say all employees, didn't we?
Yes.
So, we don't have to do anything, right?
You know, driving a bus is a different situation than, you know, fixing an electrical outlet, so that's why this sits there separate. Now, what I'm understanding is that you want to stick with all riders and drivers will be required to wear a mask unless they're physically unable, medically unable to do so. Is that what you want?
We want
I
to
think,
remove.
Flannery, I think anybody that has a medical condition, whether we say it or not,
That's
is
so.
not required to wear a mask.
Yes.
You know, so
So we're taking, are we gonna take the face shield off that?
it's coming out if it's in red.
Okay. Oh, so, okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm confused, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to go back and amend the first motion that we had for all employees had to wear a mask unless they're medically not able to add in or a face shield?
No, we're taking face shield out,
Okay.
so it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine, okay. We're moving on?
Yes, sir, and the infrared thermometer thing, without exception, we'd like to take that out. That's, section 1, part B, section 5.
I mean, we don't have. Okay. Really need to do all this before we get to,
Most of it's not that difficult.
not too bad.
Yeah. You're hitting the hard stuff right now, until the very end.
Well, that way when we decide what we're doing, this is handled.
so are we gonna go through all the red and then vote?
That's what I think, that way we know what we're voting on. Yeah, I wanna know what I'm voting on, cause, you ever voted and didn't know what you're voting on? We're back, okay, we're live. Dr. Flannery.
The, again, full open of part 1, section B, section V, without exception, we'd like to take that out because the Center for Disease Control no longer recommends it. Right there, right there.
That's the infrared thermometer,
Right,
correct?
right.
For bus drivers.
That's, yes, to get on the bus.
Okay.
We never did require it to get in the building.
Dr. Flannery, so no one will be checking, with a thermometer, checking anyone unless they're referred to the clinic or maybe.
That is so.
recommends that, of course.
There's a recommendation to check visitors. It's recommended that staff self-screen prior to coming to work, and it's also recommended that students self-screen prior to coming to school.
The idea, Mr. Ellinger, is it's better than having 50 or 100 kids bottleneck right at the door, because that's more dangerous than anything.
Yeah. Very bottom, yeah. Okay. Next.
On page 2, there's, under section 4, we would like to take out the section that says who demonstrate a medical need, because we would like to offer online learning to anybody that just wants it, not just those that have a medical need. And further down, under Part D, Section 5 or V, we would like to discourage the congregating of staff in lounge areas because that's just not safe. And this is a recommendation of the Tennessee Department of Health. And that's all on page 2. Want to move on?
Yes, sir, please.
On page 3 at the top where it says carpeted areas, we had to revise that because it turns out we just can't not do with our carpeted areas because there's just too much of it. We'll just keep kids from getting down on the floor on it, but as far as carpeted areas and upholstered furniture, we've got too much of it, so we wanted to relax that just a bit by saying that use of those things will be minimized. And that's all, that's per Kelly, Coordinated School Health. Part 7, VII, Tennessee Department of Health is all but mandated if we put kids back in a room that we have an ironclad seating chart and that we keep careful records of where every child sits every day in case we have to contact trace.
So there's no group work at this point, everything will be in straight lines like it used to be a long time ago? There's no group
If you
work?
put them face to face, you're supposed to put something between them. Other than that, it's 5 rows, 6 chairs to a row, all facing the same way, yeah.
So what happens to those who have tables?
I don't know, because we got a lot of tables.
That's what I've had a lot of lower elementary teachers ask me, and I talked to you about that, trying to get them the plexiglass, to put like a divider in between those.
Well, we can handle dozens and dozens of plexiglass dividers, but not thousands and thousands.
Right, well, I mean, each room might be, maybe just about
We
4.
might, and we can't replace every table with a 2-piece desk either,
No.
because we don't have the $10 million it would
But I
require.
think they would feel more comfortable and safe if they had plexiglass.
We have a series of, the State Department of Education has provided us with a series of examples of how a classroom can be safely arranged, and that includes if you just have tables. Now, if you put 25 or 30 kids in a room, you can't do it anyway. But with a limited number, we have strategies. That's all I can say about it. We'll use seating charts. If somebody does get sick, we'll know who's been within 10 feet of them or 6 feet of them. Part 5 down there you've already taken out. And Part I at the bottom you have already changed. And that's all of page 3.
Let's see, field trip, sir. Dr. Flannery, is that not, really, is that really necessary at this point in time? Thinking about field trips? You have to okay on this, correct?
I have to sign off on every field trip, as does the principal. I haven't received a request yet. The only traveling we're doing is athletics.
What section is that?
What page are you on? Okay, that falls under, you better talk to our coordinated school health people there. That's kind of out of my purview. Want to take out the red and put in the green, I know that. And that was requested by physician Dr. Thomas at the Regional Health Office.
So could you give us an explanation, kind of a scenario where that might be utilized,
Oh, Kelly.
Kelly?
Are you saying the scenario on,
Parents will be notified if their child, could you just go ahead and
so, we currently have people that are being exposed. So if we have someone that is positive or someone that is symptomatic, the nurses or myself, we will call the parent. We will go over with them what their isolation period or what their quarantine period would be. We provide them a letter that gives them education on it, and then we also provide a TDOH, what to expect if you're possibly been exposed.
Will they be quarantining at home?
Yes, we tell people who need to know. We don't tell the entire class, we don't tell the entire school. All that does is create excitement. We have never before, with anything communicable, has told the entire school. Like if someone has the flu, we don't announce that. If someone has strep, we don't announce that. If someone has HIV, we don't announce that. It's a need-to-know basis. And so same here with COVID, it's a need-to-know basis. If you were exposed, you will need, you're a need-to-know and you will be notified. If you're not notified, then you are not exposed.
By the way, Washington County Schools by law cannot quarantine nor isolate anybody. Only the health department can do that, and they can mandate it. All we can do is say you can't come to school. All we can do is say you can't come to school.
We exclude based on their recommendations for isolation and quarantine.
So if you have a student that is positive in class, how do you determine who has been exposed in class? Is it just the surrounding students, or is it
It would be,
class?
the seating chart is going to be very beneficial for that, but it's going to be anyone that is within 6 feet for 10 minutes or more. Now I say that, but there's going to be a lot of variables. If that child is up and down in the classroom, then that's going to change things. The size of the classroom is going to change things. So we have a black and white within 6 feet for more than 10 minutes, but again, there are a lot of variables, and so it will be done on a case-by-case basis.
Does the health department get involved with those in terms of contact tracing? If you do, communication with all?
If we assist the health department in contact tracing, if it's here with the school, we'll go ahead and do that. If there's any, if there are any variables or anything that we're uncertain about, then we talk with the health department. And Dr. Fletter and I have meetings twice a week with them, and I talk with them probably on a daily basis by phone or email.
Let's finish this discussion. Okay.
Next.
Yes.
All right, Section K, extracurricular activities, that basically says the same thing, it's just better wording, and it follows what we have been doing since the board opened up fall sports anyway. At the bottom, Section 2, under special populations, both special ed and coordinated school health have requested that you put that in for the simple reason that a lot of those kids can't tell you if they're sick. We have to kind of screen them. And that's the end of page 4. Now, page 5 starts that staggered schedule stuff, and it is basically the same as the full schedule, which is section 1. You might want to look at it. At the top there, where it says as defined by the regional health office, the medical professionals at the health office were adamant that we take that out because they do not define moderate spread. So if it was in there, it would be moot anyway. The before school is just better wording of what we plan to do. That's a request of coordinated school health. The standard of care there, the mask, you've already changed. Section 3, we do have a self-screening document and some other documents that the children and their parents can use. It's very good. I would encourage you to leave that in there. And then under transportation, you've already made those changes, so that's all of page 5. Any questions?
You didn't specify in this just basic standard schedule whether it was 25% or 50%.
It's later on.
It's later, okay,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. Oh, you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we
Yeah.
talked about, what happens when the student is, the student tests positive in a classroom. So does that also go for the teacher? Like if that teacher was in that 10-minute window?
Yes. I mean, if we have a student who is positive, generally they're not going to be at school. We're going to get a phone call. If someone has symptoms, if the student has symptoms, we have high-risk symptoms and we have low-risk symptoms. If they have one low-risk symptom, then they can go home for a 24-hour period, see how they're doing, see if there's improvement in symptoms. If they have 1 high-risk symptom or 2 low-risk symptoms, then they're going to be excluded from school for 10 days. If they do go get tested and they are positive, then we go back 2 days from the time they started showing symptoms to see who they were around. And at that point is when we start making phone calls. If it's a household contact, or if it's a contact, say if someone is exposed to a positive, then they're going to be out 14 days. If it's a household contact, they're going to be out 24 days because their 14 days starts after the 10-day isolation period of the person that is positive.
That includes everybody in that classroom.
It depends on where they're at.
Yes.
There's a potential, yes, but it's for everyone.
And Ms. Dellinger, I was mistaken, the 25% line of demarcation is on that page 5 at the top. I thought it was later on in the document, but it is there on that page.
My question was on that, if we go through and blanket approve this whole document, what if we decide to do some sort of other staggered start at 25%?
Now would be the time to make that change.
I just want to say, I have this jotted down in my notes, that I haven't found anyone, parents or teachers, that favor the 25% just 1 day a week in the classroom, staggered. Or some I've talked to do support the 50% or 2 day a week return, if that's possible. But I'd like to see that we change the 25 to the 50. Because I think if parents, if that's what we have to do 2 days a week is better than just the 1. And I think it possibly might be a little less work on the teacher having to get that ready for just one person, one group each week. Would that be possible?
I want to add, let me ask about that. So, I'm with Mary Beth on that, and what I'm wondering is now the time to decide that, or wait till we're done going through this, and then that's a change we discussed at that time?
Anytime until you adjourn the meeting will be fine.
Do it now, or wait till?
I'd rather go ahead and do it now while we're looking at it.
Is there any possible way that we can look at, with this 50% starting, that we start with our littlest, our kindergarten and pre-K in the building by themselves, and then turn it into freshmen and pocket and maybe the at-risk seniors, and start staggering in our kids groups at a time?
Certainly, put it in the motion.
What is everybody else doing about those K through 3rd, 4th grades as far as going a little more than 50%? I've heard some systems are letting the younger grades go.
No.
That is so.
And stagger the older kids.
I talked to a lady from Rutherford County, and she said, she teaches 2nd grade, and she said, I'm plexiglass teaching. She said they don't require masks, and she said I can approach these kids without a mask on. So she is answering all her questions from behind the plexiglass, and the kids are still on Chromebooks, turning their lessons in because they don't want the paper to be passed around and all that stuff. So, it depends on how you're going to handle the social distancing, whether you put all those back in one time.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke personally to 9 superintendents in this area this past Wednesday. No 2 systems are doing the same thing. Every system is expressing that they are having difficulty with what they are doing. 11 of 17 Northeast Tennessee districts have students in the building in some way. Nobody has 100% of their students back in the buildings at this time. Now, I have other comments, but I really don't want to say publicly because there's some discretion when we talk. Yes.
Is there any school system that just has brought back kindergarten to 3rd
2 or 3 have brought back K through 6 100%. Johnson, and I can say this because it's public knowledge. Johnson City started pre-K through 6 full-time this past Monday. Bristol is full K through 8, and they're in their second week of that. Kingsport started Monday with pre-K through 5 full-time, and 6 through 12 50%, and that's not giving away anything because that's public knowledge. So.
I care about all the grades, but kindergarten through third grade, you can't teach it how to read. That's one area I
Do we need to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Starwell.
Well, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I've been talking to a lot of teachers, a lot of high school teachers, a lot of other teachers, principals too. And I thought about this. What do y'all think about going Monday, Tuesday, full force, Wednesday, be off, clean, have a clean day for the school, and everybody come back on Thursday and Friday, 4 days a week, till things.
I have a question to that. Would Wednesday count as a virtual instruction day?
Would it have to, or
Unless-
would it be a teacher catch-up day or something? What
If
would
you
that
don't
work?
count it as an instructional day, we'll be in school through June of 2021.
Okay.
Because we have to have 180 instructional days, and we would have to have the State Department reapprove Washington County's calendar.
That's not really a staggered schedule anyway, because you're putting 100% of capacity back into the school. What we're trying
Might as
to
well
do
go every day.
is lower the capacity in the school.
I understand that, but I understand that everybody's wanting to go back to school. You know, I've had teachers says they'd rather have 100% in the school than they would 25 or 50%.
Right.
Because you got 50% that's sitting there trying to learn,
50% they're
and
trying
then
to
that
get
teacher
home.
is trying to get that other 50%, or she's got to go back and put it online or whatever. So it looks to me like that's gonna make her have a lot more fun to do.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of the staggered, I just thought that 50% would be better than the 25, but we can just leave it if you want to.
Well, I,
Nobody
Mr.
likes
Flanger.
25.
Nobody has 25.
Nobody likes
Then let's
25.
change it to 50.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
This is good debate. This is good discussion.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna pick up where we left off.
Well, I'll put that in the form of motion, what I said.
Can you repeat your motion?
My motion is that we go back to school and have 100% on Monday, Tuesday, off on Wednesday. And it can be virtual, that way we won't be in our days. And come back to school on Thursday and Friday.
All right, everybody understand that?
Starting when?
Starting on the 14th of September.
Now, this is your staggered schedule.
This is our
plan.
staggered schedule plan. Starting on the 14th.
We got a second?
I'll second that, just to put some
Discussion on this
So-
motion.
What are we going to do when our teachers that are high risk start taking leave of absences and using their sick days? Do we have staff, do we have subs that we can fill in for those?
No, board policy speaks to that. If we get below a certain threshold, I'll close the school.
Mr. Meredith?
My understanding of the purpose of the staggered schedule was to be able to allow for Dr. Flannery's social distancing within the schools. Right? Is that, Dr. Flannery, is that correct?
That is so, and at 50%, we can't socially distance. I mean, I'm fine with y'all setting that, but at 50%, I will not, I won't even pretend we can.
But let me I want to make sure I understood your motion right. Say that again. Is it 100%?
100%. Bring 100% back to school Monday and Tuesday, off on Wednesday, do virtual on Wednesday. Let the cleaning service go in and clean, whatever. Come back on Thursday and Friday, then they can clean again on Saturday, Sunday.
So what is the cleaning plan?
Same as the flu,
So how many times a day will bathrooms be cleaned?
hourly.
How many times a day will the hallways be sanitized?
Define hallway. You mean the floor, ceiling, walls?
Floor.
Philip, you want to speak to that? It's
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
What is the flu protocol? He wears hearing aids like I do. What's the flu cleaning protocol? Hourly, how's it work?
Halls, floors.
It's the same, yeah, it's the same as we clean all the time. We haven't changed our cleaning protocol except for to buy our electrostatic machines to do the other spraying. We've always used the same materials to clean with the flu as we're using for the coronavirus. Even put up a schedule to clean the bathrooms hourly. Will we be mopping the schools hourly? No, ma'am. We will, if we come into a case where we think a student was suspected, that classroom will be mopped. But other than that, it'll be spot mopping like we always do.
So
And mop once a week.
So the rooms won't be mopped every day?
No, ma'am.
And
Bathrooms will be. Cafeteria, kitchen. If we suspect a student has had a case of the flu or the virus, that classroom will be mopped and disinfected that day.
what about handrails and doorknobs?
Those are, that's what we have custodians doing all day long.
All right, anybody else? A roll call vote that, Jennifer? Three. Everybody understand the motion?
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle? Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger? No. Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Nah.
Mr. Day?
No.
Hey, it failed.
Let's proceed.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion on another story.
Okay.
I say we go virtual for the next 2 weeks, and that gives us an opportunity to watch those surrounding schools and how they do. We're still getting instruction, they're getting in the groove of it a little bit. So we go 2 weeks, then we go the 50-50 plan, being off on Wednesday for cleaning, until fall break. And then after fall break, possibly go back either full board kind of work our way back into this, give ourselves some window to watch what's going on and also watch the surrounding communities.
Okay.
I like, oh, I'm sorry.
You gonna second it?
I like 3/4 of it. Okay, well, I'll second it and then we'll talk about it.
Aye.
I like it, but what I would like to do, I really like going virtual for the 2 weeks. I'd like us to meet back again in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from tonight, and then decide, I like your plan to, if we need to stagger, but let's look at our numbers. If our numbers are high, we need to continue on virtual, but if our numbers are good, we may want to go full, open, whatever. But that would give us 2 weeks to what we need is for our teachers to transition into something. We can't just say,
Well, go ahead, I'll say something after you do.
I would like to see us go 3 weeks more virtual. After 2 weeks, we meet again in the year and discuss if we're going to go back for that extra, the week before fall break.
It's only 4 days.
That doesn't matter. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
I think her dad, especially when I left this evening, something changed. I don't know what it was. I wish I'd got more information, but I'd like to meet again in 2 weeks. We've already got another week already scheduled for virtual, but we got those 4 days that we don't know what we're going to do yet. We can stay virtual or come back after fall break and ease into it or go all the way full or whatever. But I think we'd have a better understanding of this. So,
Keith, let me say something real quick before I forget. On that, the other thing I'm thinking about that is we can't, I don't know if we could go 2 weeks and then all of a sudden go back without, the teachers are gonna be uncertain for 2 weeks, so we gotta think
Let's not
about
lock
it.
ourselves into the stagger, just lock ourselves into just the 2 weeks, then come back and decide.
But the only thing is, they won't know the plan,
Oh, you're right.
so they can't get prepared. So I'm just saying, they'll know, and the parents will know, the teachers know, the kids know what's happening. If we got bad numbers, we could change.
Right.
There's nothing says we can't change late, but you give everybody a plan, and that gives something to everybody. I mean, you're basically trying to make it work for everybody.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mr. Irvin,
Compromise and just
hold on a
make
second.
everything.
Well, that's why I said he's gonna wait till the 14th, and that way I can give everybody a chance to get ready to start back. Folks, I'm afraid we're gonna lose kids. We got kids that's could go to another school system. We got kids that could be in high school that's gonna drop out because we've already been told our numbers is not, the kids is quick logging in. And you all wanna sit here and go 3 more weeks, and they're not logging in now? You gotta think about that.
We're gonna lose kids either way we go. This situation is not a good either way we go.
In 3 more weeks, we're getting closer and closer to flu season. All right? When it gets colder, weather starts changing, people's gonna get sicker. We need to get them into school as soon as possible and get these K through 3 or 4s teaching them something.
Like Mr. Hammond.
I think in talking to parents, they just want a tentative date. And if you look back at the virus numbers, they did increase after Memorial Day, they did increase after Labor Day. And speaking of some pediatricians, I think 2 weeks after Labor Day, set a date. And I wouldn't commit to, and I would even look at the 28th, personally, depending on what numbers are doing. But to get the kids back in school, I would amend Whitney's motion to the 21st or 28th, whatever date is best for the board staff. And if the numbers rise and then come back down and we start seeing a consistency and then leveling off again, start school back, either 100% or bring back the kindergarten through 3rd grade first, and then let the high school come back on some type of staggered basis. But from what I hear from teachers and parents, they're not really thrilled about the staggered.
Mr. Campbell.
So if we're looking at 2 weeks out at the 21st, why can't we, our pre-K, our kindergarten, and our first graders, they're probably the ones that are suffering the most. Because kindergartners can't talk, they don't know words, they can't read. So if we brought those back in, and if we wanted to stagger them 50%, that's what they do at the beginning of the year. They come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they come Tuesday, Thursday, and they alternate weeks. And then you put the freshmen back in Crockett, get them on their feet. And we also need to give Ashley the go-ahead to reach out to those seniors who are struggling at risk, who are missing credits, and let her go ahead and get them working some way, somehow, in with the teachers. And then at that point, once we've got those 2 weeks, we should be able to see if the numbers have decreased enough to be able to go 100%.
Anybody else?
I do.
Mr. Masters?
And I guess not being new, sort of. And you all may have already answered this question, but my only thought is, before we even consider going back, I think we need, number one, figure out what we're going to do with subs. Because you know we're going to have them going back. And that may already be in the plan for the high school, I don't know. But considering that, I think we need to get with administrators and our K-8 and our high school leaders and, you know, do we need 5 subs, 10 subs, and keep those certain subs in that school, don't let them travel. You know, we gotta make sure we have that in place. You know, my only thought is, and I guess by all the emails and texts I've got, I kinda like to go stay virtual to the end of the 9 weeks. And another reason for that is our grading period. I think if we come back in 2 weeks, regardless staggered, 100%, whatever, you know, they're gonna have to learn a new curriculum in a sense. And that's going, to me, is gonna throw grades off. And I mean, there's just no way we're gonna be able to social distance at 50% or 100%. I mean, this just ain't gonna happen. But I think we need a plan tonight, and regardless in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, go with it so our parents and our teachers, all our stakeholders knows exactly what's going to happen. I just don't want to come back 2 weeks and change what we decided to tonight. I guess that's my biggest thing. You know, and I'm just going by what parents and teachers and administrators, everybody I've talked to. I mean, I guess that's my 2 cents worth, you know.
Mr. Meredith?
I want to kind of touch on a little bit of what Mr. Masters asked, and this is really a question for our director and probably Mr. Patrick. But, you know, in our, I'm looking at our staggered schedule, and so my concerns for the safety, the cleanliness of the schools. One of the things I heard is that the 2 most important factors in returning to school, and this is from some Harvard PhDs who are studying this stuff, is that 1, everybody wears masks, both sides of the fence. Parents or teachers and students wear masks because that cuts down on the transmission. The other is building health, okay? So I don't really know what our general sanitation is that we do different for flu season, but you know what my question to Dr. Flannery and Mr. Patrick is what have we done different as far as the air quality within the facilities? You know, do we have more makeup air? Have we installed MERV 13 filters? We still using fiberglass filters? You know, what do we do?
We continue to use the same filters we've always had. That's usually a MERV 8 to 10.
Okay.
We have started ordering MERV 13 filters, and they're all back ordered. As far as fresh air makeup in our classrooms, some buildings have better makeup air than others, such as the Boones Creek schools, the Grandview, Ridgeview. Some schools have zero makeup air. The energy management program that you all will discuss one day would address all those problems. Any other questions? That's
Well,
not to give you.
So there's not really anything else we can do in the interim, is what I'm hearing.
It's hard to do anything with air quality control in a classroom when the building's 25, 28-year-old HVAC systems didn't even allow for fresh air makeup back then.
Do we have windows? You know?
Some buildings we don't.
Fans or, I mean, what? I don't know.
I mean, you know, if it's what I've been telling teachers, when some teachers open the windows, even though there's no students there, you know, it doesn't bother me a bit. We used to try to keep them closed, just for the HVAC purposes. We're getting complaints now about the buildings they're clammy, wet, damp. A building the size with HVAC to have an occupancy of 1,300 students at Daniel Boone and David Coffey. If those students aren't there, they're not making that heat load, which means the air conditioning comes on for 3 minutes and shuts off. Doesn't dry the air out, it just cools off the wet air. So we're facing that problem too. It's really tough.
Mr. Hammond?
Well, I'm saying let's do 2-week increments at a time. Let's look at it, because before we went out 30 days, and of course, anything is subject to change with this, but something Mike touched on was substitutes. Let's say you have a teacher that is diagnosed, and you touched on this earlier. You could probably have 4 to 5 more teachers that are going to have to go home to be quarantined, maybe a custodian. So your only option would be, and everybody needs to realize that, if we start running out of personnel, you close schools.
That's right. You don't close schools when kids get sick. You close schools when you don't have enough adults to operate the school. And that could happen quickly.
And I know 2 school systems, and just communicating, that's their plan, because there is a lack of subs in certain counties.
That's why Hamilton County can't open until October. They literally do not have enough healthy adults to operate a school system.
Mr. Masters?
Something else too, I could just throw out. You know, a lot of the parents is, and I'm with them, I want the kids back in school as much as they do. But a lot of the emails and texts that I've received, you know, they all talk about they want their kids back in the social environment. You know, I think Dr. Flannery, and you may already have, but whatever we decide on, I think we've got to have something come to central office to all the parents, either through the principals or what, that all everybody on the same page, to let the parents know that it ain't gonna be school as normal. You know, I think in their vision, when they go back, it's just, you know, they're gonna be around all their friends again. That ain't the case, you know. And I just wanna make sure everybody's on the same page regardless of what we do, you know.
Can you take us through a day? I mean, because, you know, when you read things, it says they can't share materials, so that means they can't use the instruments in music. They can't share materials, so they can't do art projects. So can you take us through a day of K-8?
Well, I think you just nailed it. But they're not allowed to congregate. They're not allowed to touch common items. They're not allowed to bottleneck at doors. They'll be given the opportunity to wash their hands before and after lunch. They'll be expended time. They'll be encouraged to wash their hands in class. We bought, what did you say, $80,000 worth of hand sanitizer?
We spent about $80-some thousand in gloves, hand sanitizer, wipes, spray bottles,
Any type
disinfectant spray.
of lab activities where they'd be shoulder to shoulder, we just can't do.
Will they still be on a computer turning their homework in on a computer?
Yeah, but you know, we will eventually have enough computers where nobody has to share one. You just have your Chromebook and you go from class to class with it.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Just to echo what Ms. Buchanan said, but what about when they swap classes? They ever said the same day somebody was just at?
That's a big problem. You know, you try to stay in your lane type of thing, and you know, with 1,200 kids, 1,300 kids at Boone, that ain't happening.
Is the ladies back there? If is a you know, I guess more your way, a K4, K5 go back, is that something that's possible or staggered, or you know, if we're trying to think of creative plans to go back, maybe that, and then the high school kids that are most at risk? I mean, is there a way to handle any of that without?
Anything's possible, but it's going to take a lot of planning. And kind of going back to your question, taking you through a K-8 environment, if they do come back, it's going to be a very sterile-looking environment. Teachers and principals have already pulled any extra furniture, cushions, pillows, bean bags out of the room, anything that you cannot sanitize and clean, and also pulled everything out so that they could spread tables or desks apart. So it is going to be a different environment, and they are going to continue doing their learning with their Chromebooks, because, you know, when we started our school year this year, we were also under the impression nationwide that this was going to not end at Christmas time or even January or February. So when they do come back, staggered or whatever, the practice is going to continue on how to do learning on their desktop, or their Chromebook. So that practice will continue with the students bringing them in. They will be separated as much as possible. And it's not going to be a normal classroom setting. It's an adjustment for everyone. But saying that, and also answering your question, yes, there's a lot of groups that talked about our most at risk, your pre-K, kindergarten, the reading, and over at the high school. So
would you suggest something like that?
Whatever we can look into is, it's not that we don't want to back in. We know that face-to-face is the most crucial and most important way to learn. It's just tough finding that plan that's going to protect teachers, students, and parents.
Thank you. Anybody else? So did Mr. Hammonds, did you amend the motion, Mr. Riddle?
What was your thing? So I said, we stay virtual through the 18th, then go the weeks of the 21st and the 28th staggered. And my thoughts on that was we could bring the kids in slowly and let the teachers adjust, the kids adjust, and show them what a new environment's going to look like for a couple of weeks. That way, if you get the little children in there, you teach them what it is. The older kids got to see what the new is too. So you got a couple weeks there to adapt and adjust. Then you've got your break. We can see how it goes. Then after break, if everything's good, we come back full board.
So staggered for 2 weeks only, I think everyone.
Yes.
And we will have our meeting October the 1st, your regular meeting.
Wait a minute. Why?
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was gonna say, I know where you're going, but, so what if we meet on the 17th, which is 2 weeks? Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, we could meet and, give that as our plan tonight.
Right.
Meet again if we have to adjust.
Numbers that went up,
If the
we can
numbers
change
went
it that
up,
night.
Virtual.
that
If
gives
the
us-
numbers don't go up, we go with your plan.
It's a compromise.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
As far as when the meeting is,
Yeah.
personally, I think if you move it back a couple of days, Mr. Riddle, it's going to give those teachers a little bit more time to react instead of 1 day.
So go like the 14th, and then if we're gonna go back, they'll have a whole week to know
Something like that.
come the
Yeah.
21st.
More than a day.
That would have been my motion.
Okay.
To go back to
14th.
for us to have another meeting.
So we'll have a meeting Monday the 14th to reevaluate if we're gonna start staggered on the 21st. Right?
Correct.
And you said staggered, I think you said 50/50.
I said staggered 50/50.
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay with the 25. I don't know that you get a lot out of that other than you get extra time with the kids to try to get them adjusted. 50/50 might be a better as far as learning, easier on the teaching one.
All right. Yes.
Will this include sped?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, they're there, what, 2 hours now?
Yeah, 2 hours. So probably what we'll do to keep those numbers small is we'll let them come 4 hours
They just double what they're doing.
They'll double what they'll come 2 hours a day, 4 days, I should
Okay.
say. So probably, I mean, I hadn't thought through that, and I want to get the input of the teachers, but I'd like to do that, because that gives us
Have her
time.
read it back.
I will. I'm last
Two or three
question.
times.
You might have to. Hey. Well, I'm gonna ask a question.
We should charge.
What I want to say is, we need to have that reminder of what we're looking for when we meet. All right, guys, what I wanted to, another thing I want to throw out, so when we meet on the 14th, what are we going to tell people that looks, what is our numbers that we're going by? Because there's going to be a bar.
The ones we have said already, we need to stick with our plan.
Which is?
Because if we don't stick with our plan, that becomes unreliable.
All right, so what is our numbers on that?
Well, it's like that. Speak to that. So what was originally put in the plan where it's a metric to measure visitation for nursing home and extended care facilities. We're on the other end of the spectrum with that as far as your statistics that children contract the virus. So the metric, it was there and it's all you had to go with. That's why you used it. But, since then they've moved it over, the state's moved it over to the nursing home long-term care. So it's really
Not the same.
not the same at this point. Everything moves and we're just gonna have to adjust with what we find out.
Move. So,
The health department actually has a statement that's in the reopening plan. If you go to page 14, you can see what they put.
I just want to make sure that when we leave here, everybody knows exactly what we're doing.
Keep going down.
Yes, Mr. Meredith?
Well, this is for Dr. Flandry. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that the health department had now somehow adopted that White House's numbers. That the numbers you were referring to earlier, in the White House, the COVID task force has developed a white shaded and then dark, and we're kind of in that middle area right now. Did the health department not, did the Tennessee Department of Health not start using that number?
Their official statement is what's on the screen right now, and Heath, you'll have to scroll through 2 pages to see all of it. You might want to go back to 14, and then they'll want to read the rest of it at 15. This is the official statement given to me by Dr. Cynthia Thomas late last week. Actually Monday, I think it's Monday.
Has anybody spoke to our regular subs to know if they're willing to come back?
We have called every one of them individually, and I am convinced, I'm satisfied that we have enough to operate school as we open. And I can't predict what the virus will do days into the open.
Are they forced staying in one school and not moving?
Well, we asked them what school they want to be at, multiple schools, and a lot of them, like that one school, that school, and that's.
They know what they're doing, or where they're going.
Right, they like their teacher, it hadn't changed. We got enough subs right now. So that is the official statement of the regional health, actually the Tennessee Department of Health, right now. They will not endorse any particular metric, even the White House's metric.
So it depends on the trend at that time.
Yeah, they're saying it's up to school boards. I think it actually,
So it's still gonna be subjective on the 14th, whether or not we
gotta have a
move
bar.
forward.
if you're looking for the medical professionals to give you a bar, you're not gonna get one.
We need to make one.
What if we come to 14th, it's great, Dory, your thing's ready to start, and then on the 18th, it says, back up.
I think that's something we'll just have to cross when we get there.
Well, I think
I mean, nobody knows that.
I mean, it's kind of like a snow day.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen, and we're definitely dealing with unknowns here. We're just trying to have a plan in place that is subject to change almost hourly, from what I'm seeing, especially after today, the day that
I think we gotta move back into school. We just gotta do it safely and give teachers a chance to get,
Transition.
yeah, to let everybody transition. I think we're,
But
at some point we have to do it.
I think if the numbers start to spike, then the director has that discretion, as he does with a snow day. And from what I understand, we're still under a state of emergency.
We are, governor continue this.
So, I mean, nothing we do here tonight's gonna, I do want a guideline, I do want something to go by, but we still have to realize everything is subject to change. This is all it.
So do we have a recommendation of a guideline?
We still got an amendment. and a
Okay,
second.
we need to remove that, don't we?
Yeah, I
That's
agree
what
with
he-
my amendment.
Ms. Dillinger takes it.
You removed your second, his amendment.
Want me to?
He removed his
He
amendment.
just
You
removed
ain't got
it.
none second.
Okay.
What do you think?
I got a question with Dr. Flannery.
Yes, sir.
We got 31% seniors that are failing, at least one subject. Is, regardless of this plan, are you going to authorize Ashley or Dr. Keys and the high school administrators and teachers to bring those 31, try to make contact with those 31 and bring them into the building, say, Monday?
I would request that the board authorize me to create high school cohorts of at-risk juniors and seniors for that very purpose.
Immediately.
We'll just wait on that, but we definitely, I just wanted to make sure that we wasn't going to leave that out. But we need to deal with this one, and then we can come right back and do that. But
Yeah, 3 weeks, it might be too late for those seniors.
I mean, I think it's important we get hold of them as soon as we can.
I would encourage you to single out that group by vote, by motion.
I personally think we ought to special ed. I think we ought to, if any student that's meeting some type of need, like in that area, I think we should give the administration authority over it.
They already were, aren't they?
Sped's done in school.
They're already.
Well, I knew SPED was, but I'm saying,
Any grade level.
Oh, yeah.
So you gonna run a bus?
we have to run a taxi cab out there to get it. I mean, this is different times. We're not, you know, nothing's set in stone right now. We've got to work. I mean, it's a daily, it's gotta be a learning curve daily for the administrators, for the teachers, for the principals. So we can't be rigid. We've got to offer some flexibility.
How many is 31%?
High school, oh,
170, wasn't it?
170.
I've got the exact number.
Is that each high school?
I don't have it. I think it was 218, but let me verify that.
every class gonna run well.
They're not gonna go.
So 30% is gonna be 30 some odd.
So it's
Just
just
four
the
classes, it's gonna be 120.
Just the 12 graders.
A lot of
It's
them
just seniors you're talking about.
They're gonna
A
quit.
class full,
What
25.
were they doing before school?
They're working. Some of them probably got a job.
Hey, well,
I found it.
Our high school, I'm sure the teachers and counselors are reaching out to that group. We're not gonna let them fall by the wayside, so they're
Hey, I hope they'll come. But are you gonna run a bus?
Well, I mean, if they don't come, or if they don't perform, what difference does it make? They're still.
I mean, if I say we're gonna open school on the 14th, they're coming.
If they need transportation, I say we provide it.
We're paying, yes, Mr. Flannery.
Sorry we got off on that rabbit hole.
No, and that's fine, but we do have Asbury too, the optional high school for students that are working full-time. The system is, we're really trying to look out for everyone, I think, and they've offered a lot of options.
Yes, sir.
Going back to what, the motion's on the floor. I do agree with Mr. Day. I think we have to have a bar, whether it's 10 per 100,000. We go back to the chart that we have been using that has been flexible, going like a yo-yo really. But I think we need to have a certain expectation, or whether we say, we'll continue on with that plan if it's 15 per 1,000, we're at 16.72. I think when I left today, they adjusted it. Dr. Flannery, didn't you have a number that was yesterday, 16 something?
Which one?
16,
14
16,
days?
Right.
So,
Yeah, it was, yes.
I mean, realistically, where do we want to be? I mean, we've already adopted a plan, we've already said, hey, 10's when we go staggered. So if we want to set that bar like it is and leave it, I think we have to define that so everybody's not just waiting on the verge of their seat on the 14th to see what, you know, whether or not what the school board's going to do. I think it's imperative we have to have a number at that.
Meredith.
Don't we already have that number?
We do.
Currently, as of right now.
You do have a number, and it's
And
based on the
and
nursing
even-
home.
Even if we adopt this, okay, even if we adopt what's on the screen, okay,
What the health department would like for you to do is completely rescind those metrics and use that statement. They don't want to give you a bar. They don't want to give you a threshold.
I think
I get that, but does just putting this in this document rescind those metrics?
No, it does not.
Okay, that was my point. So if we can adopt this, do nothing else, and our guidelines right now, our bar is 10, we go to stagger.
I mean, let's just be cognitive that
They're
that's
right.
what we're saying, you know, when we vote on this, is if it ain't under 10, then the 14th will have to change something or either raise that bar. I mean,
Or we can try, I mean, yeah, I mean, we use it as a guide.
Are we comfortable raising the bar right now?
I'm not.
I'm not comfortable in making it any lenient than what it is. You can make it stricter if you want to, but not lenient.
Well, we do know now that we're working off of funeral home, or nursing home guidelines we didn't know 3 months ago. Mr. Hammond.
So what does the health department do? Just make suggestions? They're not
It's-
offering
They
a bar?
advise, I mean, they'll review this plan to make sure that it's not in violation of something that Center for Disease Control says, but as far as saying, yes, this is a good plan and we endorse it, they will stop short of
No,
that.
I'm talking about as far as the number, like the threshold, red, yellow, green, go.
Okay, that's a good question. No health department at any level, federal, state, or local, has ever said this is a threshold for a school system. They'll say it for nursing homes, they'll say it for grocery stores, but they haven't done it for school systems. And they'll say, kids need to be in school, and we'll say, give us a number. What's the threshold? Kids need to be in school. Tell us how to do that. Kids need to be in school. That's it. From the medical professionals, from the politicians, no offense, politicians, but that's all we get. And they say it's a local decision.
I just think our bar, knowing what we know now, of course, like Chad said, those numbers changed before we
we
got
don't know
here
what to
today.
do. I mean,
Well, they might be half tomorrow, but they may never drop below 10 the rest of the year. And we can't do this the rest of the year. So, I mean, we either gotta raise the bar a little, or, Mr. Meredith.
Just some clarification. The motion was to go ahead and start staggered in 2 weeks, so that's regardless of all, really. So when we meet again, we would go staggered that following week unless we did something different. Now, what we compare that to at that point is really up to us and what our environment looks like. So I don't know that even setting some bar right now is all that productive. I don't know what it does.
Well, I think it gives all these parents an idea of where we're going, because if we leave it alone, we're just saying, well, we'll let you know in 2 weeks. We
No,
don't
we're
know.
saying, we're saying in 2 weeks, we're gonna go staggered. That's what the motion says, 50-50 staggered. Now, we
Okay.
could change our mind, you know, the Monday before that starts.
If the cases are higher.
So what if we say our bar is that the numbers continue to drop? Right now, we're at 15. So if they continue to go on down, even if we're at 11, we can start staggered because they are going down.
Or we could go forward.
I mean,
that's what John said, the reason why they went back is because they saw the trend coming down. That was their they knew it wasn't in their plan, but they said that's the reason why they made it.
But it is, I mean, it is going down, and they're staggered, but it is going down. And as long as it continues to go down, I think 50% work.
All right, so,
I got one more comment, if you allow me, sir.
yes, Mr. Flainer.
Of all the emails I've gotten, though, I don't know that I've had one teacher like the stackers.
They don't.
I mean, and I don't know that how many parents did like the stackers. And I know it's just 2 weeks, and maybe that is the best plan. I'm trying to that's just my.
If it was long range, I would support it. 2
Yeah.
weeks.
2 weeks.
Adjustment period.
It's actually 9 days.
We just gotta make sure, I mean, it's like when we met in July, I think it was Dr. Keys or Cindy, somebody said, we've got to have grace. I mean, and we need to continue this on, because we're trying to shoot a moving target. We've got to have grace for everybody. Everybody's doing a tremendous job that they can do, and I'm so proud of everybody here. But we've got to make sure that, I mean, this could change.
Well, they would rather have 50% or 25%, from the emails I've got. I have over 100 emails, and half of them are for going to school, and half of them aren't for going to school. But most of them are not for staggered. So we have to start somewhere.
All right, well, can we vote?
Repeat it.
Say that.
I'm trying.
Give it to us again,
It's
will
been
you?
a while. So I make the motion that we go continue virtual through the week of the 14th, through the 18th. We come back on the 14th and have a called meeting to review the numbers of things, review our plan. So the week of the 21st and the 28th, we go 50-50 staggered, with Wednesday being a cleaning day. Then you have fall break, and then we go back full after that.
So,
I'd like to amend it to wait and see what it's gonna be like.
Yeah, let's let Jennifer read what she has, please.
See if you agree with this, please. It's important. Move to continue virtual for 2 more weeks to September 14th. Revisit for 50-50 plan with students physically present on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and attending virtual on Wednesdays, beginning on September 28th, and revisit after fall break for potential full opening.
so they're starting on the 14th, is what you
You
said?
say the 28th?
We're gonna meet on the 14th, they're gonna start on the 21st.
Okay, she said it was 28th.
So
Fifty.
the
So-
28th for the 50-50, I need to put the
The
21st.
21st and the 28th weeks will be 50-50.
And then, okay, when is fall break exactly?
That Friday in October.
It's
After
the
the
following
board
week
meeting.
after the 28th.
So are we gonna meet during fall break? I mean, we kinda got to, don't we?
No, October the 1st is the, not fall break, it's the last day of the school, and then the 2nd is fall break. I mean, we can meet the 1st. if
Okay.
everybody-
So
Well, don't we have a
AB will
meeting on the
go
first anyway?
back to back, so they will clean, and CD will go back to back, correct?
It's AB.
Yeah,
Oh, that's different.
yeah, we don't wanna do A, B, C, D.
Oh, no,
I thought
no,
it was
sorry.
AA, clean,
A will
BB.
go Monday, Tuesday, B will go Thursday, Friday, because you have all the same kids with all the same germs, and we're gonna clean on Wednesday, right?
Which is it? What's the motion?
Yes.
Hey, I haven't talked about that.
AA, clean,
I
BB.
mean, it
would be
doesn't,
better.
from a teacher's standpoint, I don't, whatever stands.
A, B, B.
Clean,
So add that to your motion.
That would be better from a teacher's standpoint.
Okay.
He's adding his motion.
So I'd like to amend my motion on the staggered days, we'd go as an AA, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday we clean, Thursday, Friday would be B group.
And Wednesday's still virtual, so we don't go on the
Yep,
schedule.
Wednesday is virtual and cleaning day.
So Thursday and Friday is BB,
Correct.
Monday and Tuesday is
AA.
AA.
So the teacher's teaching the same course twice.
It's 9 days.
Yeah.
She's teaching the same course twice. Same lessons,
No, we
right?
can't do that. State
No,
board
you'll
requires
actually do
every
state-
kid to be engaged 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good, I think that does need some clarification, because the way I understood it, and Ms. Hayes, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're doing this AABB, then the teacher will have a lesson plan that is whatever is on Monday, that will be delivered in person to the A students and will be delivered virtually to the B students.
Yes,
So everybody's running the same
yes.
curriculum.
Mr. Meredith, the state board has mandated that every student be engaged 5 days a week. There's no Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We have to provide 35 hours of engagement, no matter what, if they're at home or if they're in school.
Right. So I was just getting at, we're not, one teacher's not really teaching two different classes. She's teaching one class. It's just that some of them are there virtually, some of them are there physically.
Sure.
Yes.
So what you're gonna get from that is a video recording of the teacher, and they'll do their work, and then when they come on their days, they'll be able to ask questions at that point. Because the one-on-one stuff will have to stop since they have to do it on Friday.
All right,
That's it.
we clear?
You got this, Jennifer?
Sure.
If you don't, we're in trouble.
We got it, and you all can see it when we do the vote, it'll pull up. So that will be the time to say, hey, that's not ours.
All right,
Please.
so roll call vote.
Yes. You ready?
Yep.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Stillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
And Mr. Day?
Yes.
So right there it is. You can read it. Take out that and DVD. I'll move that DVD to Thursday and Friday.
Mr. Fleener?
Just got a question, and just really for clarification for people watching and the phone calls that have come tomorrow. If they're in the aftercare program that is watching them today, they will continue to stay in there 3 days a week, and they'll go to their class 2 days a week, correct?
You know, for school-age child
Yes,
care,
sir.
yeah. We're going to continue to expand that
I just
program.
wanted to make sure that we earned that bridge. Well, people, it's an aftercare that, you know, but I mean, it'll be open to them 3 days a week, and they'll go to their classes 2 days a week.
Well, I just got a text from a teacher that said, is she gonna get in trouble if she takes her mask off to teach kids in kindergarten, first grade, their sounds?
I think that's a great
You know, she's gotta take her mask off
Well,
and teach
she's 6
sounds.
foot away.
Yes. We're mandating masks and.
I know, but
Do we have any way
Hello,
in the
Thomas.
next 2 weeks of finding plexiglass to put up for these teachers so that they can take off their mask behind the plexiglass to help them?
That would be great.
How many of those shoes?
I'm down. It's a lot of
There are enough shelves at
Yeah,
your
custom
school for
made
every
noise.
staff
He said some people were making.
and I still have some in stock.
And you gotta fit every table, I mean.
That teacher's not going to be
I might do it.
I wouldn't think so.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to start that. I don't care if it is man.
I mean,
We're not going to start it.
she's got to teach.
They're working like dogs, and I'm not about making it up.
thank you. I'd like to
Mr.
make-
Fleener?
I'd like to make a motion
I
that
didn't think you.
that we give Dr. Flavor and his staff,
Got a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we give Dr. Flannery and his staff the flexibility to bring in those. One, two, slow, keep number one. At-risk students back into classroom environment. Is that okay? That way it'll give you all the tools you need to do what you need to do to help these people that really need help.
putting any limit on it? percentages?
Is it just seniors or is it?
I'm leaving it open that Dr. Flannery did say if they find the need out there to meet that need at all, if we can all do that.
Starting
We do.
Starting when?
Tomorrow. I mean, or you know what I'm saying, whenever, as soon as possible.
A second. Is that a
Um,
motion?
Motion second, any discussion? All right. Roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. All right.
I hate it, we
Oh.
still gotta do the rest of this.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that as amended, we accept the document of the pre-opening plan that was laid out before us tonight.
Take the red out and copy the
Yes,
red.
as amended, yes.
What's that new like for lunch? It's good.
It's amended.
Okay.
Who seconded that?
David, I think?
Thank you.
We got a motion second, any discussion?
Are you all sure that's what you all wanna do? Don't you think we should go over it?
We just went over it.
No, we haven't. We still got 10 more pages or whatever to go over. Now,
I thought when we got to the middle, he said the same thing.
no, we was going and decided to go ahead and set the time when we was going back to school, then finish going over the rest of them reds and greens.
Whatever you say it, Dr. Flannery?
There's a couple of unique things in there, if I could bring them to you,
Well, I
but
think
there is a
we-
motion on it. Was there a second on it?
There was a motion and a second. Our
John,
discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, but David,
Still on page 5,
Let's see.
staggered schedule.
Well, now, you've taken care of that staggered schedule, 25%, that's gone.
We did transportation, so I guess we're on page 6.
On page 6, I'd like for you to delete that part about the help desk, because we don't need it. We have created a help desk hotline 8 to 4:30 every day, and that seems to be taking care of the need. Under common areas, again, well, no, that is the same. Everything on page 7 is.
Dr. Flannery,
Yes.
before you leave page 6, I do have a question on the common areas and the screening. We're taking out a screening protocol that we replace for all visitors entering the school building.
Right.
What, I mean, I go to the wellness center and they ask me if I've had any symptoms, et cetera, and then they shoot me with the temporary. So, I mean, that's fine with me, and I think if we have public, parents and people that aren't normally in the school coming in, we need to have some sort of screening process.
I agree, under the staggered protocol, we weren't letting any visitors in anyway. Actually, I think Kelly, you requested that, you want to speak to it?
I requested that visitors be screened.
I'm sorry, say again?
I had requested that visitors be screened.
Is that in here? I mean, is that in?
It looks like we're taking it out.
Like Clara, it's the notes I had, if you want to take it. You want to leave it in?
Page 6.
For visitors.
Maybe it's somewhere else, but.
No, it's the same in first, I tell you what.
Is it the same? The
Never mind.
guidelines
I
recommend
wasn't
that visitors
listening
be
to her,
screened.
let's just forget I said that. Let's leave that in.
I think it used to say all person, and we changed it to visitors.
All right, page 7 is the same as it was in section 1.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
With the added, if they have to eat lunch if they have to use the teacher's classrooms for lunch, where are the teachers supposed to eat lunch if they can't use the shared spaces?
I don't know.
Okay, that's
Call her.
Or, good, okay.
Smoking cigarettes.
On page 8, Nothing has changed. You've already taken care of the face mask issue. Page 9, that is the same as section 1. There's nothing changed. Page 10, I would ask that you take out that first sentence because it's just not true. We've had kids in the schools every day since summer with athletes, so it's just not true. On page 11, actually Caitlin asked you that we take that out because we don't get to decide that. The United States Department of Agriculture gets to decide that. She wants to, and by the way, the USDA has blanket waived all meals for the state of Tennessee starting this past Monday, or this past Tuesday. We're now able to give food away to anybody. Mr. Day, that's about it. Well, on page 12, now I know you did this. Kelly would like every bit of that taken out and added the green language on the top of page 13. I do remember that.
Yes.
At the end of 13, there's your bar.
Yeah, whether you want to use it or not.
At the bottom of 13.
That's the one you approved back in July. You still want to use it.
So, yeah.
Well, and Mr. Cleaner, I mean, if you go to the next page, it talks about mitigating factors that you consider. So, I mean, that's how I kind of see us being able to make inform this issue.
That list of mitigating factors was copied and pasted out of the Tennessee Department of Health booklet.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
If I could at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we accept as amended the school reopening plan.
No. All right, any discussion?
Will this be updated, put back on our website?
Yes, ma'am, as quick as I can get it done.
Okay.
It may not be tomorrow, because I'll have it right back.
Okay, great.
It'll be first of the week, maybe this weekend if I get to it.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I
Ms.
just
Hammond?
want to say, I hope that everyone realizes, as far as parents, teachers, this is all subject to change. Of course, based on virus numbers and the unknowns of the future. Not locked into anything in case of the new virus. Because there's still some concerns out there, and I'd just like to put them at rest that, you know, we realize that.
Anybody else? All right. Roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
And Mr. Day?
Yes.
We're done with this.
Before we go forward, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Planner, I'd like to, let's clear up on the mask usage. To just be open and honest. Because we had a little bit of discussion, I'm not sure everybody got to hear it. But, you know, with teachers that having to use, you know, if they need to take their mask off, we need to approve them to not be in any kind of repercussions if they need to take their mask off to help say sounds or do things. I think we went a little bit too far on the mandate. Let's try to give them a little grace to where, you know, if they're helping sounds, let's be honest and upfront. I mean, do I need to change?
There's masks that you can get that have the clear.
Are we going to provide them?
We've got enough right now for every teacher in the school system, plus some in stores.
That's
So-
face shields, not clear mask, face shields.
the whole,
So we can give them a face shield to do this.
The speech pathologist uses them for speech, and they have the ones that are clear.
I mean, I want to make crystal clear that our teachers are going to be able to have that.
And they're not a replacement for mask, they're in addition to, everything is just a layer. A face mask is not 100%, a face shield is not 100%. The more layers you have, the more protected that you are. But right now, every school, the nurses have enough face shields to give out to every teacher that would like to have it, and we
Okay.
still have some extra.
So we're not saying face masks that's got a clear place in it where they can see their lips. We're talking about they can actually put on their face shield.
What we have that we can give them our face shields.
Okay, so that being said, with our motion we had a minute ago that said everybody has to wear, you know, all employees have to wear a mask. Do we need to amend that to say they can wear do we need to say something to where they can swap it out with a face shield? Not for health reasons, but for community, yes, sir.
yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion, Jennifer, that we allow teachers to be able to remove their masks and put on a face shield for instruction. Is that clear?
We ain't halfway through this thing, I know you ain't done.
Is there still not an option of doing plexiglass? Do we not have the funds to be able to do that for your teachers?
Can you get a second?
I know, ma'am.
We need a second. Mr. Masters.
You're asking Dr.
What was the question?
Plexiglass, is there not, can we not entertain getting them a plexiglass so that they can teach behind that?
How fast can we build those things?
Dr. Frank, we don't build any of them anymore. We can't get the plexiglass or the acrylic.
Foster
If we do get some, we usually order it from a sign company and costs us twice what we get it at Lowe's. What we've ordered lately, we've ordered from, I can't recall, they're up on Hanover Road in Johnson City, and we ordered every, 2 or 3 for every school, put in their reception area. I think the nurses have 1 or 2 in their areas where they make greet students as they come into their offices, but as far as for the student desks, we do not have any.
I meant for teachers.
We don't know, we do not have any.
So could you check with Foster Signs to see if that's possible?
I have seen them for sale retail at $300 to $500 each.
I know, it's $99 for a student desk.
I don't know how we can afford it.
I know that, that's why I'm asking if you could get plexiglass from Foster's, then they can build. He's saying he doesn't have the material.
So we're saying we want one large enough to fit the whole desk and the teacher stand behind the whole large piece of.
Well, you wouldn't have to have a huge, large one, but I mean, a half a sheet would get to where they could take their mask off to teach at the board.
Well, that'd be social distancing anyway, wouldn't it?
What's wrong
Not
with
some
it? Face masks wouldn't work though. Face masks wouldn't work. I mean, I'll do whatever you tell me to do,
But
Dr. Frank.
As you're talking to
We
me,
can't fix that.
as you're talking to me, you're muffled.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, as you're talking to me, you're muffled.
That's right. If I was standing in front of you in front of the class, I'd probably have a face shield on.
So, but that's not what we talked about. So,
I just carry out what he tells me to do. You all decide what you want me to do, and I'll be glad to do it.
he says he doesn't have the material. Can you check with Foster Signs to
Sure,
see if
but
that's a possibility?
I really don't hold out much hope we can put that on every desk. There's 900
No,
classrooms.
I don't want it on the desk. I just want it for the teacher.
I mean the teacher's desk. I don't know that we can put a barrier between the two.
Okay.
We'll try. We'll look into it, but I don't hold out much hope.
Well then.
How you like being chairman,
I
buddy?
like his, Keith, I like him. Okay, so, next.
You have a motion and a second.
Yeah, we don't have a second.
Yeah, Mike seconded. Can we repeat the motion one more time?
To allow teachers to remove their mask and wear a face shield for instruction.
Everybody got it? All
I'm
right.
just gonna add that.
Roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith? Mr. Day?
Yes. So this concludes our school reopening plan.
I believe it does.
All right.
Next item is the annual vehicle authorization report.
All right, who has that?
Actually, that'd be me. It's in BOE Connect. This is a retread from last time. Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval. It's on the annual agenda.
Has everybody had time to read that? Has everybody seen it? Mr. Fleener?
What you said is one name, Mark, out there, correct?
Right, and it was only on a once in every great while.
Occasional use.
The occasional use.
All right.
I make a motion, we accept the report.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? Roll call vote, Ms. Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
While we're there, Mr. Chairman, I got another motion I'd like to make.
Yes, Mr. Fleener?
Last month, we talked about that we could save $10,000 by stopping these vehicles and drive home. I'd like to make a motion that we take that in the savings, and we stop all vehicle use, all drivers driving their vehicles home.
Are you saying school bus drivers too?
No, these right here on this list.
What about those that respond during the night? Because I know like 2, 3, 4 years ago, Sulphur Springs had a major leak during the middle of the night. Or it may be longer than that, time gets away from me. Are they gonna have to come to the garage, get a vehicle, and then go to Sulphur Springs?
All vehicles will be parked at the maintenance garage, and they'll drive their personal vehicles home every day, and if they get called out, they'd have to come back to the maintenance garage to get their vehicle.
We're thinking this is gonna save quite a bit of money.
Just in the small amount of math we done last month, it was right at $9,700, just in the vehicle, just the mileage, not counting the 22 miles that Ms. Dowler does occasionally. But the rest of them right there, we can save $9,700.
Time can be money, you know, responding to a leak, especially one, and I like I said, time gets away from it. Sulphur Springs had a leak, major leak, a few years ago.
I mean,
And Ms. Humphries told me when she got to school at 1 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Patrick and his assistant was already on the scene there. If they have to go to the garage, I mean, there's gotta be some leeway for those that are on call or something where, you know, they're not
I just
30
think-
more minutes out of the night.
yeah, I don't disagree with that, really, but you're talking about this 3 years ago, and I think it's $9,700 we can save.
Well, that's just one instance. I mean, during the winter, there could be heat breaking down. I mean, there's a number of issues.
So,
You have technology that has to respond, that, you know, I would just, I mean, I agree with you to a point, but I mean, if we've got somebody on call or somebody that's responding, time is money there.
do we have folks on call, or is everybody just potentially on call?
No one on call in my department except me. All our vehicles are parked, with the occasional use of Michelle Steller, who goes and checks on the night cleaning service. We have a water line break in Sulphur Springs, and the plumber lives in Telford. He goes from Telford to the maintenance shop, picks up his truck, and drives to Sulphur Springs. That's the way it is now.
So it is gonna be.
Honestly, I don't like it that way, just be honest.
Bus mechanics drive their vehicles home, mainly in the winter, because sometimes buses, as you know, diesels are hard to start in the winter. They'll have to run to that bus, be sure the route runs on time.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, in
Yes.
some of our craft areas, we don't pay competitive wages. And I'd like to see that these individuals maintain the use of those vehicles. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
I just wondered if there could be a priority list if you're wanting to cut down, rather than all, get rid of all and then have all. Is there a priority list that could be?
I mean, I'm sure every department can make an argument of why they need to take, you know, why these people need to take theirs home. I'm just saying it's $9,700 that we can save. And that was generous on mileage. And I mean, it's like 20 miles a gallon. I mean, it was generous with the numbers. I mean, we're talking $10,000. That's pretty damn good savings. And for most of it, it's just people want to drive back and forth. I just thought this was a good place to save a little money when I done the math and the figures on that. So.
I mean, it is a good, I just like it.
Well, it sounds like we're not doing it anyway, so we can vote.
I like his idea, I just would like to see it prioritized though, where some that just are definitely needed.
Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a good idea to look at this and give critical thought to, you know, how we're spending dollars. I'd almost like to defer this until our next full board, regular board meeting. Let Mr. Hale do some math, you know, to see what kind of savings we would have, to let the director establish, well, maybe not all of these folks, but maybe we've got 2 or 3 vehicles that are on-call vehicles that maybe rotate, rather than just carte blanche, knock them out. That, just my idea, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let me just ask a question. Dr. Flannery, how many overtime hours did these people need their vehicle after hours?
I don't have that number in front of me, we can get it by the next board meeting.
And if so, how many of those hours were actually justified with an actual job? I mean, did they, you know what I'm saying? Do they turn in a report, when somebody works overtime, do they have to put on that report the reason why they worked overtime?
Sure, and that's information that we can compile, it's available.
Yeah.
Table this until we get the information.
I don't want to take it. Go ahead, we'll make it.
Well, I made the motion to table it. If I get a second, we'll table it, not.
I'd like to take, yes.
Yes,
I'm sure
the
all
motion
of
to table.
Mary Beth, take a
It's
motion.
not amendable, not amendable, you have to
Next
take it.
month.
Take a vote right now. Okay, we gotta take a vote right now.
It's tabled until the next regular.
No,
meeting.
it's tabled until a member moves to take it from the
But
table.
you could table it to a time.
Then you're
certain.
not tabling it, you're postponing it. But the motion says table.
You can bring the information next month and have it, and then you can worry about it. Take it off the table.
Let's go ahead and put it on the agenda for next month.
You lost me a minute. So,
Take vote.
is the vote for the table, is the vote for the motion, is the?
The motion to
postpone?
table is privileged, and once it's second, you gotta vote right now.
Okay, so, but what am I voting on right now?
To table the motion, which means all debate is stopped.
Okay, so we're voting to table the motion, okay. Different.
Who second that, please?
Mary Beth, Ms. Dillinger,
Thank you. Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Go ahead.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Suggested it, so yes.
Mr. Day?
yes.
I'm getting ready to vote no.
You done with that?
All right. Next is capital projects priority list.
Mr. Chairman, there are 3 documents in BOE Connect. I'd like to begin by bringing your attention to the capital projects list, updated 2/27/20. We'll bring that up. Now, if you can see that, you may need to look at your own computer. You haven't looked at this as a board in a while. The remarks shown in red were added by me as the work was completed. You are now being provided with a grade brick repair estimate. And we have some information regarding replacement of the gym floor at Gray Elementary. And At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'll pause so that the board can discuss this.
I do want to add, I've got a call in to a engineer at General Shell as well, just to see what he says. And he didn't call me back today, but I made a call.
This is what we're putting forward to send to HEW, correct?
Actually, yes, but there's a better way to look at it. Heath, if you could bring up a file, it's still in there, called Capital Priority List Notes for September Board Meeting, that top one right there. All right, that is maybe a little easier to see. That's what was held over from last year, what's current this year, and at the very bottom, that is the recommendations that Mr. Patrick and I have as far as priorities. Now, that doesn't include the technology money and the bus money, that's a given. We're gonna ask for that no matter what. But those are in order, are the three things that we recommend that you send us back to HEW asking for on October the 8th.
Dr. Flannery, so the gray brick repair is not.
That's in there.
But it's not at the bottom, is it?
Yeah, it's on
Yes,
the
number two.
Yeah, it's on the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Now, did Daniel Boone already get the roof repaired?
Sorry.
Did Daniel Boone already get the roof repaired?
They got the gym roof repaired, now we got the whole rest of the main building. That's all the money we had last year.
And wasn't this on our 5-year project when I was on the board last year?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It still is. And by the way, we have $168,000 of school safety money, and yesterday we got approval to use some of that money for door hardware, because locks on doors are a safety issue. And we can't use all of it, but we use some of it. So that's a little savings there. We can use some grant.
If I can ask, whatever happened to the, and we may already done it, the Sally ports that we was talking about?
Never got it. I don't want
Never did get none of them built?
It's a little long way to check.
That's
Oh,
when you enter,
okay.
you can only go one spot.
Gotcha,
Boone needs one way.
yeah.
Like if you walk in Daniel Boone, you go anywhere you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Would be nice.
Crockett too?
Yes, Crockett, same way. You walk
You
in.
can at least see it, Crockett at Boone, you can see it.
Right.
What's that? Family?
We'd need, we'd need
We can do
engineering
anything you want,
estimates. They'd be pretty expensive.
Maybe we put that on our.
Mr. Patrick, did you have estimates at one time for Sally?
I might have, but it's been
Well,
5 years
yeah,
ago.
that's-
Our brick repair estimate was 300,000.
Well, like I said, that was on the 5-year plan when I was here
Yeah.
2 years ago,
Yeah.
and it still hasn't got repaired.
I'll say we put that on facilities. What we've been trying to do is some of this stuff is go back and get real quotes. That's what we did here with the brick, instead of a kind of an estimated,
Well, I think back when we did the 5-year, we only asked Mr. Patrick to give us estimates.
Yeah.
Not true estimates, but
Right.
guesstimates, I guess.
yeah. Yeah, we was trying before we go to review to know.
Why do we have the old BC, Old Boones Creek Elementary roof?
Because if we keep putting kids in it, like you're gonna bring up, or somebody's gonna bring up in budget, somebody's
Well,
gonna have
that's
to.
pushed back how many years?
21, 22.
I don't see that on the list.
It's on the bottom.
This project is currently listed for 21, 22.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that.
Paul Brent,
Oh, Dad.
I don't see those brick. We don't.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr.
I do
Mayor.
have a question for the director, or Mr. Patrick. Help me out on the gray gym floor, issue. apparently down at the bottom, looks like we received 64,000 for the gym floor, which I think if I remember hearing through the grapevine somewhere, we had a water leak out there or something that damaged the floor.
That's correct. One of the geothermal lines that comes into the gymnasium from the pump room leaked, and it leaked a tremendous amount of water. Leaked on the parquet flooring, which has 2 layers of plywood under that, and probably, I think our Prater's estimates over 50% of the floors got water damage.
So I have 2 questions. First one is, I could see not doing it until why are we waiting until 21, 22 to fix it?
We're not. We're not.
That's where it's closed, that's where it's listed.
We've got, I'm sorry. I don't know,
That's the first question. Second.
That's a typo.
Okay. Second question is, looks like we've received 64,000 from the insurance company.
That's correct.
Is that going to cover all the costs?
No, sir. The insurance adjuster just allowed for repair of around 2,000 square feet of replacement, and then of resanding and painting and coating the floor on the rest of it. However, it's impossible to repair that part of parquet flooring. It just doesn't work. And with the tremendous amount of plywood, it's already damaged. I had sent I've got a proposal here from Prater's Flooring from Chattanooga for a total of $148,633.
Going on.
That replaces all of, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was gonna say, go ahead,
That replaces the entire floor, puts a new sleeper system in with number 2 and better maple hardwood, graphics, paint, new rubber base around it.
Is that not, you may not be able to answer this, but I mean, if I was my house, I'd go back to the insurance company and say this ain't gonna cut it.
That's what I've done.
Okay, and they still wouldn't?
No, they haven't answered me yet.
Oh, okay.
We're still in the appeals process,
Okay.
for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
I anticipate they'll cover it. We'll see. We're in a new insurance company here, remember.
Yeah.
This is not Tennessee Risk Management Trust.
They're gonna step up for us, I believe.
What I'm talking about.
All right.
That's where that is, and we're kind of in limbo on that until we hear something from the insurance company. And then it may be maybe something we may have to get other people involved in. But Prater's got one of the best reputations as a sports floor installer. They've done. They had both Final Four floors for the NCAA. They have all of the basketball courts in Tokyo for the Olympics. I mean, that's how large this crew is. So they know what they're doing, and they're a trusted name.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to note, the reason that the old Boones Creek Elementary roof is on that list is because at some point, the school board put it on this list. I don't know how long ago, it might have been your list.
Can we vote to have it removed?
Right now.
I make a motion we remove that.
Second.
Motion second, discussion. You go first.
JMS, are we gonna leave it on the list? 510,000?
On the Daniel Boone?
No, Jonesboro Middle School.
We're probably
There's a
gonna
note says can be removed. from
My
this.
recommendation would, we baby that roof until we put it on the market.
Well, that's the reason why I don't.
Right.
I'd like to get it took off the list along with Boones Creek.
Mr. Flanger?
We still own the boat. And, I mean, I've not seen anybody come through with the final deal on what they're gonna do at BCE.
They may tear it down, the state may tear it down.
I mean, they don't even want it. Yes, we've been trying for years to give it to them.
Give it to them.
So I don't know that we don't need to change courses and have a different plan, but and the Jonesboro the same way. I mean, we still own them both. I hate to see them take them off.
Well, I'm with you 100% on that. The only thing I'm thinking is with the state and this COVID thing and Governor Lee's, he's a little bit busy.
Well, he was, but I mean,
Or-
we still had 6 months.
Or we should give him just a little more time to, or let the mayor or somebody go down there and try to, because we do need to fit that, we need to end this.
Well, my only thought
bleeding
was, if we
sometime.
take this to Hugh committee, to me, that's the first thing they're gonna say, why,
No, I think.
exactly, they're gonna say, why do you have it on the list? You know, I guess that's my thought.
Yeah.
You know.
I just hate us to say, take that off.
Well,
And if something happened, we would change courses on BC on a different plan, and we have to come out and we say, hey.
well, we can always add it back.
Why can't we just take what we need right now? Is there a reason we're,
That's those three at the bottom, that's what
that's all
we
we're
need.
doing?
That's what I'd like you to send us to the
Okay.
courthouse after.
Daniel Boone roof is in the rest of the school?
That's right.
Okay, and then grade, floor repair, bleachers, brick repair,
In the hardware.
okay.
I'll make a motion, we
We have a motion.
send,
on the floor.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Mayor, who made that motion? You?
Did we get a second?
I hope we got that. Mine seconded, okay. So, roll call vote.
We're voting on, take these three.
Take those three. You want to make?
No, her motion was to remove the old Boone's Green School roof from the capital problem.
But do we even need to discuss that right now? Do we just leave that alone and go to these three?
Well, if she's made a motion and got a second, you've got to go to.
Do you want to remove it or you want to vote on it? Well, all we're talking about is these three things. We ain't talking about that.
Okay, well, forget it.
Well,
I mean, you do what you want. I'm just saying that wasn't what our discussion was.
You accepted the motion,
Well, I
Mr.
just-
Chairman.
Yeah, I mean,
thought
I'm
we
fine
could
with
clean
it
it
if that's
up.
what we need to do.
I just
However,
thought we could clean it up, I mean, I don't know.
I think it needs a lot of cleaning up.
Well, it does.
That's what I was
But
getting
can
at.
Clean up their
Can we do
list.
that when we go on our retreat, whenever?
I think
to
we
do our
need to look
5-year
at that
plan?
pretty hard, yeah.
And then take them off? I mean,
It's up to you all. So you're not gonna get done right now. Yes.
So Dr. Flannery, I understood you to say that you either were going to take, or HEW had wanted you to bring the capital, these capital projects to them.
Yes,
For this year, next year, and the year after.
they never instructed me along those lines.
Okay, but that's what we have in here. I mean, we have 2021, 21, 22.
That is true, but historically, they have approved a single project individually in a given fiscal year. They won't approve anything for FY '22.
So are we just taking them, or is this board just wanting to send them what we want to do this year and next year, or?
Those
Can I
three
ask you
things
something?
plus the buses plus technology, that's all I'm asking.
On that, let me ask a question, and I've wondered why we do this. Why, I think at some point, we need to regroup with the commission. We went through this during budget, and I'd like to understand what it is they do want us to do, because everything, we talked about this before, everything changes every year. We really, I wonder if they even look at our 5-year plan. They never have the money for what we need most of the time. Do we just need to let them focus on what we need instead of trying to say, hey, we need, because like those bleachers, we've talked about that 100 times, we're not ready for that. They're not ready for us to be ready for that. So do we need to collectively get with them and kind of lay out some process?
That's what that was for, is for the commission to be able to plan for the long-term capital needs of the school system, rather than every year coming up, this year we need 2 million, or we need 8 million.
So
You know?
do they do that?
Yes. I mean, that's what we've been doing for the last 5 years. That's what.
So it's there, they actually set that aside.
Well, it's going to come from future revenues. For example, you've got to be able to have enough money to be able to strike the $2.5 million check once we move into the general fund.
Right.
So it's just a method of having it. Now, if you're just wanting to fund something for this year and next year, yes, you send it to them, but you do, the objective was to have a somewhat of a long-term capital plan.
I just wondered if like, and I'm just being serious, so like for me, if I know I need a roof in 5 years, I've gotta start putting that money over here, and I see it, it's in my account.
Precisely.
Is that what they do?
That's exactly how this is.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
you know, yeah, because they are, you spend some things this year, but you know you're gonna have X number of dollars
Right.
coming in next year. So, well, I need a little bit from this year, add next year.
so, okay. Well, let's get back on task then. Which is Mary Beth rescinding her motion or not?
Yes.
You don't have to, it's up to you.
Okay, I won't.
So let's vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle? Mr. Irvin?
Read the motion again.
To remove the old Boones Creek School with a new roof from the capital priority list.
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener? Mr. Hammond?
No.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
No.
Carried.
Carries? Okay. Alright, so now.
Now I'll
we-
make a motion, we take the 3 items to the U committee.
Okay, we got a second on that? Second, Mr. Hammond. Any discussion? If none, let's vote. Roll call vote, please, when you're ready.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener? Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith? Mr. Day?
Yes.
Before we get too far, I've got something.
Yes, Mr. Fleener.
Boones Creek Elementary, if I could talk to you about that, Dr. Patrick. The floors, they're still tore up. We've got high humidity in the classrooms. On one of them, there's 90%. She's got 2 humidifiers going. She has to empty both of them twice a day. Boones Creek Elementary lockers don't have combinations to the work lockers in the cafeteria or in the gym. The right combinations, they don't exist. They've tried every one that they can find. They can't get them to work. What I'm asking for, and I don't think we've ever found what we're going forward, the plan of corrective action, I would like for you and Scott Bennett to sit down and come up with a corrective action plan with Mr. Patrick and bring to us an October board meeting. Do I need to have that in the form of a motion?
We'll just get it done.
Okay, so it'll come back next month then on that?
Put it on the agenda.
Hey, Chad, you got, there's a gap under some of the rivers, each gap,
Well, and there's a gutter leaking too, but all the items that the principals are aware of, let's get them, make a list.
At
And
that
you-
school.
Yes, sir, at the new school.
I understand.
Because I guess our year warranty hadn't run out, but we need to find a way to fix these problems so they don't end up on this capital projects, a 2-year-old school, when we got several $1,000s worth of improvements we have to make to fix it.
I had lost focus on that warranty because of everything
I
else that's
know,
going on.
but I'm afraid we're going to
We
lose the
need to-
cat.
Yeah, we don't need to lose sight of that.
Yep.
Your
Also-
intent is well taken.
What about the sewage smell from Sulphur Springs upstairs? Are you all aware of that?
I have no idea.
I'm worried about all the items you brought up so far.
Okay.
So,
And I'll forward this on to you, Mr. Chairman, the list of this stuff. The Facilities Committee can get action to.
did we, I was listening, but I'll ask Keith a question. So on that warranty, are we out of warranty?
No, sir.
We're still warranty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Is that it? Other?
I have one item, Mr. Chairman. I am requesting authorization from the board to bring in applicable high school juniors and seniors for ACT testing on September the 22nd and October the 20th. All appropriate COVID-19 related precautions will be observed.
Brandon here, Central Office.
Actually, they'll be at Boone and Crockett, so we can spread them out, there'll be hundreds of them.
Does that need any action?
It needs a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
What was the dates again?
Oh, the main date is September the 22nd for senior retakes, and October 20th is a backup date.
All right, any more discussion?
I guess that's okay that they'll be in school the way we've set this forward, correct?
Yes, we'll figure it
All right, motion second, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. McLean? Oh, Lee. Sorry. Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yeah.
Mr. Days?
Yeah. Would anybody kill me if we took 5 more minutes? 4.5 hours. Had to do it. Let's take 5.
Double break.
I can't handle 5 hours.
Jacob.
It's been a while.
Thank you.
I'm here.
I think I'm still,
Okay, Dr. Flanders still up.
hang on, let me find what I'm supposed to
You're
read.
still on other.
Actually, did y'all just give me, we just did the ACT, right?
We did.
All right, you're on the Jonesboro interlocal agreement.
Okay,
Let me,
please.
the interlocal agreement in place between the School Board, County Commission, and Town of Jonesboro governing the development and construction of the new Jonesboro School provides that the Board of Education will provide 4 persons to serve as members of the design committee, including 3 members of the Board of Education who serve the district in which the Jonesboro schools are currently situated. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that you make appropriate design committee appointments at this time, which means that our 2 new board members need to be assigned.
So Mr. Masters, Mr. Riddle,
Ms. Dillinger.
Ms. Dent, well, she's already on it.
Yeah. You don't need a motion or anything, you just need to assign.
Okay, well, I'll assign them to that committee.
Done.
Okay, committee reports. Is that you, Dr. Flanders?
Actually, that would be Ms. Buchanan.
The Finance Committee met on Thursday, September 3rd, 2020 at 3:30 p.m. in the Washington County Department Central Office. Those present for the meeting were Acting Finance Chair Committee, Annette Buchanan, Committee members Mary Beth Dillinger, Mitch Meredith, Director of Schools Bill Flannery, and Chief Financial Officer Brad Bell. Other board members present were Mike Masters, Chad Fleener, and Wendy Rail. The committee considered the general fund financial statement for the month of July 2020, and the committee recommends approval. The committee considered the federal fund finance statements for the month of July 2020, and the committee recommends approval. The committee discussed the proposed Board of Education contribution of employee health insurance rates for the calendar year 2021. The committee recommends approval. The committee discussed the purchase of capital items to the CTE program for a console lab automotive training aid. This item is $50,000 and is included in the $250,000 allocation in the FY21 general fund budget. This item is being purchased through a sole source vendor and therefore is not required to go through a bidding process. The committee recommends approval. The committee discussed the purchase of capital items for the CTE program for the MD Mustang diameter. This item is $35,500 and included in the $250,000 allocation in the FY21 general fund budget. This item is being purchased through a sole source vendor and therefore is not required to go through the bidding process. The committee recommends approval. The committee considered a request for the Washington County Department of Education to purchase items through the NCPA Cooperative Program Contract Number 05-42 effective through 11/30 of 2022. The committee recommends approval. The committee discussed the purchase of capital items for the CTE program through O'Reilly Auto Parts. These items were $29,155 and are included in the $250,000 allocation in the FY21 general fund budget. These items are being purchased through the NCPA cooperative program and therefore are not required to go into the bidding process. The committee recommends approval. The committee discussed the purchase of new intercom system at Fall Branch Elementary School through Galler for $9,985, which is the lowest price quote attained. The committee recommends approval. The committee considered a request of establishing emergency bookkeeper training pay at $20 per hour. This would only be used in an emergency situation at the discretion of the Washington County Department of Education, CFO, when the system lead bookkeeper is not available to train new or existing bookkeepers. The committee recommends approval. The committee considered a request to allow the Director of Schools the ability to discuss entering into an agreement with the Washington County government concerning Child Care Agency agreement to be located at the Old Boones Creek Elementary School. The committee recommends approval, and I put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
That's just to, there's no discussion.
Okay.
Just to approve the motion, approving the
Agenda report. Okay.
Ready for roll
We
call?
need to accept it.
I make a motion, we accept the report. She has, I say.
We already voted.
I got a motion and a second. Vote.
All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Okay.
The committee considered the general fund financial statement for the month of July 2020, and the committee recommends approval, and I put that in form of a motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Discussion.
Masters?
Discussion. Oh, wait a minute, any discussion? Any discussion? Nope. Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee discussed the proposed Board of Education contribution of employee health insurance rates for the calendar year 2021. The committee recommends approval, and I put that in form of a motion.
Discussion. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee discussed the purchase of capital items for the CTE program for a console lab automotive training aid. This item is $50,000 and included in the $250,000 allocated in the FY21 general budget. This item is being purchased through a sole source vendor and therefore is not required to go through the bidding process. The committee recommends approval, and I put that in the form of a motion.
Discussion. Any discussion?
What is it?
Pardon me?
What is the thing we're buying?
I gotta turn this off, sorry, I can't hear. Right over my head. These are all items for our automotive program at Davy Crockett High School. The instructor was very diligent in researching these. These are all standard-based equipment that align, it's hands-on learning, and it will also provide the program with accreditation with ASC as well as industry certification for our students. The brake lathe and alignment machine is per advisory board recommendation. It is the one that most students will see in the industry. The dynamometer is a diagnostic tool. It also comes with it is specific to classroom. It also comes with extra software that integrates with their already Chromebooks that they have. So as the instructor is diagnosing a piece of equipment in the car, the students can see real time on their Chromebooks what that diagnosis is. And then the console lab, the other piece of equipment, is actually what our TCAT uses. So when students finish that automotive program and they transition into TCAT, if that's what they choose, this equipment will already be very familiar. So it puts them steps ahead of other students who've never seen this type of equipment. This equipment will also allow students training to get up to 16 hours of dual credit with Northeast State. And again, these are all per advisory council, which is industry and what TCAT uses. So he was very methodical in his research of all these equipment pieces.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee considered the federal fund financial statements for the month of July 2020, and the committee recommends approval, so I'll put that in form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee considered a request for Washington County Department of Education to purchase items through the NCEA Cooperative Program, number of 05-42, effective through 11/30/2022. I put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
What is that?
That's the two things from O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The cooperative program,
Yeah.
Two things,
If-
O'Reilly.
from what I understand, you can purchase items at a different discounted prices, like the co-op we're in with the food and the trucks that we buy, things like that. It's just a co-op for CTE, from what I understand.
Okay.
Roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee discussed the purchase of capital items for the CTE program through O'Reilly Auto Parts. These items are $29,155 and are included in the the $250,000 allocation in the FY21 general fund budget. These items are being purchased through the cooperative program that we just voted on, and therefore is not required to go through the bidding process. I put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, if we're buying materials like that, kinda feel like they need to check around and get the best price. Cause O'Reilly's can be,
Ms. Fink,
That's what the
That's what the cooperative program does.
the cooperative agreements, where they bid it all out themselves. And so that's why the state auditors allows us to do that without bidding, because when it's in a co-op agreement like that, they're virtually already bidding it out for us.
so is any of that material can be bought for the bus garage? Because if we're buying, if we could buy it, you know, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly could investigate and see what all that co-op agreement has in it. I'm not, off the top of my head, we'd have to see what equipment's needed at the bus garage and just see if it's offered in that.
But remember too, these items are for classroom instruction, these are trainers. So it would have to be, of course, different equipment, but the equipment that we're looking at is for classroom instruction.
Okay.
Training aids.
And then Gary's already looked at
I
everything.
thought we was buying
Oh, yeah.
parts.
He's been,
This is actually new stuff for CTE.
yes.
But it's parts through CTE, for CTE.
Any more discussion? Roll call vote, please?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
You done, Annette?
No. I'm not done. The committee discussed the purchase of a new intercom system for Fall Branch Elementary School through Dollar for $9,985, which was the lowest price quote attained. The committee recommends approval. I'll put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee considered a request of establishing emergency bookkeeper training pay at $20 per hour. This would only be used in an emergency situation and at the discretion of the Washington County Department of Education CFO when the system lead bookkeeper is not available to train or a new or an existing bookkeeper, and I put that in form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
I'm gonna abstain because my wife is a bookkeeper.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
And Mr. Day?
Yes.
The committee considered a request to allow the Director of Schools the ability to discuss entering into an agreement with the Washington County government concerning a child care agency agreement to be located at the old Boones Creek Elementary School. I put that in form of motion.
Second.
Can we elaborate that?
Yes, Dr. Flannery brought to us, the Washington County government. My understanding is the Johnson City mayor and the Washington County mayor, is that what you said?
Mayor Grandy and Pete Peterson, Johnson City manager.
Yes, asked that, we open the Boones Creek for child care for essential workers.
Who, are they gonna help?
They're gonna fund it
They're
through
gonna pay
CARES Act.
100% of the expenses, plus during the time we potentially operate childcare, they'll also pick up all utilities, and that's running you about $11,000 a month. This is the mayor's way, you know, we went to them and asked for help.
Yeah,
This is a way that we can help them, help everybody, and help the boys.
yeah.
Is
Kind
there,
of a no-lose situation if we can come to an agreement.
is there a time limit on that, or
That
just?
start as quick as we can get an agreement and run through the end of the school year.
Oh, okay, the end of the school year.
Mr. Masters?
Just a quick question, and I guess Philip's gone. Of course, I'm familiar with the leases very much so. Would this be considered, well, I guess in the commercial world, a triple net lease, which basically means they would be a tenant, Washington County Schools would be a landlord,
No,
or,
the way we envisioned it is that the school said we would extend school-age childcare into that school,
okay,
and then we'd operate it, and then every month, Brad would send the bill down to the courthouse and they'd reimburse us.
okay.
So
And I guess my second part of the question is, I know back when I was here earlier, we had talked about roof leaks. Did we ever get that fixed, or is that still an issue?
Still an issue.
Is that something that would have to be,
Kind of holding off on it because the board's trying to get away from that. So there's some
but I guess my
maintenance
question
issues.
is, if we turn that into that, will we have to fix the roof?
We're hoping that when TCAT took over possession of the building, that they would do all the necessary
Okay.
maintenance. We've got some HVAC controller issues we'll
Right.
have to fix.
Right.
But we'll have to put a little money into it, and we'll just do normal maintenance as long as the kids are in there. That's what we need to do. Do as little as we can to keep it safe and
Right.
comfortable.
Anybody else? All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
And Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Moore, if there's one missing, committee discussed the one with the diameter, you have that one?
There's two CTEs on there, and then we have three, and I'm thinking when we skipped around, we just didn't get it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's the one with the Mustang Dynamo.
Dynamometer.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Thank you. So shall we
Y'all
vote
done good,
again?
right?
Do I need to read
Spell
the
it.
vote again?
Let's do that one.
Okay.
Um,
The committee discussed the purchase of the capital item for the CTE program for the MD Mustang dynamometer. This item is $35,500 and is included in the $250,000 allocation in the FY21 general fund budget. This item is being purchased through a sole source vendor and therefore is not required to go through the bidding process, and I put that in form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Do we need to amend the minutes for that to be added to it?
No, it was in there.
Okay, never
We
mind.
just, I think we skipped
Just
the
skip it.
approving it.
Next.
That's all I have,
You done?
thank you.
That concludes, okay.
That
Chairman.
concludes it.
Very well, yes, sir.
Dr. Flannery, just a quick question, or if you can, whatever. I know last time I was on the board and we did school visits, I brought this up, of course, it's been several years ago. Dave Crockett is extraordinary out with CTE, Boone's not. We're getting all this equipment. Is there any way we could merge those two to where if Boone students want to go to Crockett and learn this,
Yes,
we could do that?
we have done that once or twice. A student can actually transfer to either one of the schools for a semester and then just go right back.
Okay.
If it got real difficult, you'd say, well, student can go to Crockett first period and then back to Boone. That just wasn't working real well.
Okay.
So we talked to them every time into just, okay, you just be a pioneer. If you can handle that for 90 days, we'll put you right back over
Okay.
later.
So that's an option when the kids register?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
And we can plan for it.
Because I know Boone's got more AP classes than Crockett does.
Boone has electricity, Crockett doesn't.
Right.
Crockett has machine shop, Boone doesn't. So, yeah.
But that is being offered to our students.
It is, and we
Okay.
have done that.
Thank you.
We've even had homeschool kids take welding.
Okay.
And I think the girl ended up just going to Crockett full-time after that. So it's been a success about every time we tried.
Thank you.
Okay. Resolution regarding state testing. Got
You want me to bring it up, Dr. Planter?
Please.
I'd asked Scott to draft a resolution, and what it does is we're gonna send it to the state, we're gonna urge them not to use the mandated test scores against the teacher in the 2021 school year. It does, however, make us use the test, and they do not have to listen to this whatsoever. I know the two outgoing state representatives were both in favor of passing something like this, though they couldn't get it on that, that emergency session that they reopened. So we'll be dealing with two new state representatives. And hopefully they'll do it the first year, but this is basically going down there and just asking them to hold our teachers not liable for the test scores that we administer this year.
And now have several other systems that done the same.
Have they?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've
Okay.
read several.
I put that,
I second.
I put this resolution in the form of a motion.
I second.
All right, got a motion second, any discussion?
Question for Dr. Flannery. I thought I read somewhere where the Department of Education had relaxed the testing scores that would be applied to teachers, that they already taken that out?
They did that last
They
year.
did that last
The
year.
Department of Education cannot do that autonomously. The state board has to do
Or
that.
State board,
The state board has not moved on that yet.
Not for this school
But
year.
if they get enough resolutions, they may. right?
Some of this is based in state law, so the General Assembly itself may have to take action. If you pass this, I'll send it to everybody in Nashville that's got an address.
All right, vote, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
And do you want that sent to like all the people you normally send the resolutions to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and he's got that, it's ready for everybody to sign
Yes, ma'am.
before you leave.
Thank you.
All right,
I do. What you need? Where is it?
staff reports when you're ready. Well, that's what I thought. It's her on here. Again, new business. We finished all staff reports, didn't we, Dr. Flannery?
I would say yes by the looks of it.
I look tired. Let's do, okay. New business. Looks like dishwasher bid.
I have a letter here from Jerry Sartain, Senior Architect at Beeson, Luskin Street, and it says as follows. Bids were received on Thursday, August 6th in regards to the dishwasher replacement for David Crockett High School. The qualifying low bidder for the work was Holman Construction Company with a low bid amount of $138,103. We recommend that the construction contract be awarded to Holman Construction Company. Final award of the bid is at the discretion of the Washington County School Board.
Do we need to move action on that?
Need hopefully a motion to accept low bid so that they can move ahead with the replacement of Crockett's dishwasher.
So moved on the motion.
By the way, this is all grant funded, not a dime of local money.
Good deal. We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Great job, 20.
Yeah.
All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. All right, consideration of policies.
Yeah, I think we need to back
Wasn't there more on it
Keys.
We had a third one in the directory workplace, but Scott wanted some language change, so we were unable to get it ready in time.
Okay. Just thinking I wasn't crazy.
Yeah, we had three. Okay, so the first one, 5.400, Scott drafted the language in green that language. All it pretty much says is if we have an essential employee who was exposed to a communicable disease, so flu, COVID, not showing any symptoms, but is critical, we have to have that person. The person can choose to work as long as the person can social distance from everybody else and wears all appropriate PPE. And it allows the director to make that decision to let that person work. That's all this policy does. So Scott drafted the language in green, the language in blue that you see right there, but not limited to. Our Director of School Coordinated Health asked to add that, and Scott approved that. And Scott said that this policy just allows the director to balance competing guidance against the operational needs of the school. Staff recommends waiving first reading and passing on second and final reading since this policy is time sensitive due to COVID-19.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
One question, Dr. Keys. So, I know we put this in place for COVID-19, but there's a lot of other communicable diseases. Does it apply to all those as well?
Yes, it does based on the language of the policy. It says communicable disease, and I think the first line. Line 11, in the event an employee has been exposed to a communicable disease, it is asymptomatic. So it would be any and all, correct, Kelly?
That is the definition of communicable.
I mean, do our health folks say that's a good idea or not?
The green is basically referenced more so for COVID.
Yeah.
The communicable disease is anything that is contagious.
Right.
But it has to be something that is approved by Dr. Flannery. And I feel confident that if someone shouldn't be at school, I mean, unless it's an absolute have to. Because I know he and I have previously talked about critical infrastructure, and because currently, with it being education, we are considered critical infrastructure. But he and I talked and decided that if someone needs to be isolated or quarantined, from the world, then they also need to be that way at school. That there is no one that we couldn't do without, including, himself, he said, for 2 weeks. Of course, now the different guidelines, we've got 24 days. But I think that's in reference to, say if someone needs to write, I know nutrition, they have a machine that there's certain things they can't do if they're at home. Exception's been made to where after hours when there is no one here, they could come straight in, do that, wipe stuff down, and leave.
I mean, I get it for COVID-19 and all that. I was concerned about, you know, tuberculosis or measles or those other community.
I honestly don't think that it would be utilized
Okay.
for
Okay.
other communicable diseases.
All right. Mr. Chairman.
Do we need to go over all these and then vote as a whole?
I
Oh,
think
I'm
since
sorry,
we're-
go ahead.
Well, let me throw this out there. I believe if, say, Mr. Flannery comes down with it and he's out, then we need in that language there that this board has an emergency board meeting and name somebody, an interim, to carry that
Mr.
person
Irvin,
over.
if you'll wait just a few minutes, and I've got that, where you go.
Okay.
To speak to that, Mr. Irvin, I think that if the director were to come down and he is unable to do his job, the law requires. Correct, Mr. Hale? We had talked about that. The law requires you to name an interim director within, what, 24 hours or something?
Yeah, it'd have to be like ASAP as soon as possible. Then, you know, on my end, we would have to get new interim director signature on the Skyward signatures and bank accounts. So that has to be done like immediately, like an emergency meeting.
Could the chairman himself do that, like executive committee? Of course, it'd be only him, I guess, because the director would be here anymore, right?
If the director was out of commission, it would involve the director.
So it'd just be an emergency board meeting.
Yeah, from what I understand, you could, and Mitch, you know those statutes too, don't you? The board can call an emergency meeting the next day if it's a true emergency out of that. We can get Scott Bennett to check that. That's where if it's a true emergency, I mean, it's a true emergency, so you have to call it.
What are we talking about?
We're in number 1 on consideration of policies.
Dr. Flannery, they were talking about inside of this policy, the director determines that an employee is essential
Yeah.
and can have an employee work who is asymptomatic and has not tested positive. But what happens if you go down? That's what they were, what happens if you go down? That's what they were talking about.
You need to call an emergency board meeting and put a replacement in for me.
She was saying that was the law.
Yes, you do not need to write that into this policy.
Okay.
And this must be if I'm completely out of commission.
Do we need to vote on these one at a time, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're
And they
waiving
have to
first
be roll
reading
call,
on that.
First reading, every reading has to be roll call.
All right, any more discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Ms.
Buchanan? Yes. Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Dr. King?
Okay, the next policy is the Title IX policy. It was revised in response to changes in federal law, and what you have in front of you is the TSPA model policy reviewed by Scott Bennett, and we did make some language changes. That language is in green throughout the policy. This law, it became law August the 14th, so we do need to pass on first reading or waive first reading, pass on second. Title IX federal law now requires separate people as investigator, decision maker, and appellant authority. It also includes specific steps and deadlines as reflected in the policy, and it's federal law.
You get a motion?
Make a motion, we accept, waive first reading, then go to second reading.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Yes. Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yeah. Got one more? Oh, Mr. Fleener.
Before we move out of new business, I got two more things I'd like to bring up, sir. One is an organizational chart. we've had so many new positions or people renamed to positions or whatever. Can we have an organizational chart presented to us in next month's meeting too?
We can.
And also too, I'd like to bring up, if I may, the bus drivers. I know we've had them doing odd jobs and different odds and ends, and we've had some resign. I would like to make a motion that we let those people just go ahead and pay them. We got 2 weeks before we're going to do anything else, but go ahead and pay them. Quit to having them do these odd end jobs that we have, and also to bring back those that have retired or quit, if they so want to bring those people back because they quit because they didn't want to do those odd jobs. And the reason I want to do that is, or that's my motion. Does that make sense?
Second.
Does that make sense, Jennifer?
Let me make sure I understand this. You want to just uniformly give someone a job after they have quit or retired?
The people that have left since August the 3rd, you know, or previous to August the 3rd, when we told them they either show up on Monday or they're fired, or they'll resign. Because those people were not doing their normal job duties as a bus driver. They were picked to do odds and ends jobs at these schools, which is fine. A lot of those jobs need to be done. But I thought it was a little harsh that we expected those people to work 4 hours a day and doing odd jobs when their job was to drive a bus. And the kicker, and we can do it just like we did in the springtime. If we need them, they have to come in, you know, to work, you know. So that way we still get our sped kids picked up and delivered and do what we need to do with them right now. And also to our meals will be delivered as well. So,
Mr. Chairman, I would point out the state law provides that a Board of Education can offer a job to one individual, and that's a director of schools. And then in Tennessee, only a director of schools can hire those employees.
well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment then. Why was these people told that they had to come in and paint, do landscaping, or whatever they wanted them to do, and we hired them to be a bus driver? I mean, we changed their job description upside down and forced them people to come in if they wanted to keep their job. We didn't give them a choice. That's what I really think those people were not done with fairly. I just like to be open with them if they'd like to come back, because we're gonna need them in 2 weeks if we open up 50%.
I was gonna ask that question, how many of them quit, and do we have enough replacements to?
Don't know.
I was under the impression they wouldn't have to be forced to do anything. I know one principal that actually made it hard on a bus driver at a school because she couldn't help a student with his math. And the student, I mean, and that was fact, even the parent told me that. But, you know, so bizarre situation, but it happened because not only did the bus driver tell me that, but I had a parent tell me that. And the administrator was way out of line in my opinion, but I know you support your administrators regardless, which is not always the correct way to do it, because they do make mistakes as well.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make one other comment. The big kicker on this is if somebody was doing another job in our system, but they drove a job or drove a bus for a supplemental pay on top of them, are we not giving those people, I've been told that we're giving those people that supplemental pay even though they're not having to work an additional 4 hours. So that's the I mean, that right there is what makes this go easy.
Well, one other issue, Chad, your bus drivers work an hour or two in the morning and an hour or two in the afternoon. Some of those people farm or have other positions, so they couldn't be there at certain times of the day. So if those positions were, you know, the time frame didn't match up either. And I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but it just seems like that wasn't handled very well.
Mr. Meredith?
Dr. Flame, question on that. Whoever these bus drivers are that either resigned or terminated, and I don't know, and there is a distinction between the two, are they eligible for rehire?
Sure. And there was not a single individual terminated because only I can fire anybody, and I haven't fired a bus driver.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, how many did we have to resign?
I have no idea. I don't see every resignation. I see resignations of professionals, not every employee. I wasn't told that any did, but I wouldn't take that as a fact.
Brad, do you know of it, you know that number?
We would just have to pull that on our records. I don't know that off the top of my head if, or how many. I haven't been tracking that, so I don't know that.
I understand the logic of, you know, you pay people, you sort of want them to work. I don't know that you can make them do it, but I guess as Dr. Flannery said, it's his choice. I mean, we ain't gotta agree with it, but it's done, so I don't know.
Well, I know we need bus drivers one of these days, so
Soon.
if we ain't got enough bus drivers, I don't know what we'll do when we do open up school.
But they are eligible for rehire.
All they have to do is
So,
apply.
I mean, okay.
And almost without exception, they'd get a job. Because like we said, we need bus drivers.
Problem is, when stuff like that happens, it puts a bad taste in people's mouth, and I don't know if they'd want to come back. But I understand. Okay, so
I have a question. on
where do we
the
go from
motion.
there?
You said move to pay the bus drivers from, when's that effective?
I guess not Tuesday.
Like, okay.
Yep.
So let's
Yeah,
read
they're
the
called
thing.
in to work, I guess.
Can we get that one more time? Somebody.
What is that, the 7th?
2-8 Monday, holiday.
So were these people asked to do something that was out of their ability? Is that what we're saying?
We're saying we was asking them to do something so to drive a bus, and they didn't like it, so they left.
Okay.
Question on the motion, is the motion, you said to pay, or what is the motion?
Just pay them these next 2 weeks, just like we normally would, just like we did in the spring,
Okay.
for the regular salary.
Oh, the reason I say that is we have not paid any bus driver, because there's a policy where you gave the director the authority, if, you know, due to a COVID or something.
Right.
And Dr. Flannery did order us to continue paying bus drivers, so no, we haven't not paid any bus drivers.
We're just not gonna require them to come in and do anything but drive a
Okay,
bus.
okay, I understand.
Yes,
So the
I
motion
understand.
allows drivers to stay home for 2 weeks for doing no work.
Unless we need them to come in and drive, because we're paying somebody now, we're paying people that are still doing, like, well, for instance, is another job, and they have a supplemental bus route on top of that, and we're paying them a supplemental bus route, they're not working 4 hours longer than everybody else in the building. But yet we're asking the bus drivers that we have to pick up kids and drive a bus, to do painting, landscaping, and watching kids. I just think that's out of the realm that they were hired to do.
Do we have other employees that we're paying that we're asking to do something else besides what they were hired to do?
Instructional assistants have been doing some child care. Yeah, a lot of people have done a lot of work they wouldn't ordinarily do, including the supervisors in this room, because of this pandemic.
Because
Yeah,
of
I
this
would say
pandemic,
that pretty
we've
much
had
all
to
1,200 employees have done things they
adjust.
wouldn't ordinarily do because of this pandemic. Yes, ma'am.
And we didn't ask them, do we ask them to do something in the spring? We just continue to pay them.
No, in the spring, the schools were shut down.
So,
Right now, schools are fully open and functional. We're having school every day now, as opposed to last spring when schools were shut down.
Mr. Hammond.
Well, I want to clarify something, and when he, I think his original plans were not for, I think it was breakdown in communication, not necessarily on your part, but what about delivering meals or?
Yeah,
doing
if we
well
need
sheets,
them.
like if you take a teacher out or instructional assistant, I think that was his original plan, but I don't want to speak for him, but.
It's just like it was the spring. We needed them for meals, we called them, we had no problem getting them to come in and work. I mean, that's what we done in the spring.
But some will be working and getting paid, and some will be not working.
just like you were in the spring.
Was that the, oh, Mr. Mayor?
This is only for a 2-week period.
Did you say, what did you say about some employees were getting a supplement? to-
Some people that are doing a normal job, like them, say they were,
An instructional assistant?
yeah, and they have a bus route too. That's a supplemental pay on top of their supplemental job.
But they've always been a bus driver. I mean, or is this something they've just picked up since we've done this COVID?
No, they've always been a bus driver. But they get their supplemental bus pay,
Right.
even though they're not working 4 hours extra other than their regular job.
Right.
I'm just saying, I think it's out of the realm. We're not asking them to stay over or anything else. I'm not trying to hold that against them. I just think that the bus drivers, and if you all want to amend that motion to just pay their insurance, because that's mainly what they're driving for, that's fine too. It's just, I don't think we should have them out here to hold their jobs, that we're making them do things that they're not, they
I
didn't
think
sign
they
up
should,
for.
I think they should have the option of not wanting to work and just pay their insurance and not pay. I do.
David made a good point too. A lot of them are probably bus drivers because of schedule, and
Right.
that probably hinders their other income.
I mean, if they don't wanna work, we ought to hold their position and just, is that what you're saying?
If you want to make that amendment,
I'd like to make that amendment, right. And just continue to pay their insurance and then let them
If they
stay.
want to work, they can come in and continue doing what
Right,
they're
if
doing.
they wanna do that, let them have that option.
I'm not sure I understand. They can work or not work, decide on what they decide?
No, they can, if they don't wanna work, drive a bus, they don't wanna come in, they don't we'll continue to pay their insurance, but not pay them a salary. Is that possible?
That's up to the board, but what if they don't get insurance?
Oh, no, doesn't everybody get insurance?
About 800 out of the 1,200 employees do. I don't know that.
I don't know. That just seems fair for the ones that are actually driving, delivering food. Does that make sense?
And you could alternate the bus drivers?
Well, some of them have certain.
I mean, they've got all of them are doing something now that are driving a bus, that are employees. They're either painting, landscaping, driving bus meals and speds or whatever.
I've had some contact me, and I just think if they don't wanna have to come while we're virtual, they shouldn't have to. They're not, I don't think they should, I mean, they should understand that they won't be getting paid though. But when we start back up, we're gonna need them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And if they are getting their insurance paid, let's continue to pay that.
But those employees in other areas, they're getting a supplement for driving, but they're not driving, and they're not doing anything else, why are we doing that?
I'm just saying that's what's been continued on, I guess.
I mean,
Well, that's what I was wondering. If nothing else, you need to cut out the supplement pay for the people that ain't doing the supplement work. Right?
I agree with you, you either
I mean,
pay
it's
them
sorta
all
tough.
or you don't, but right now, yeah, you're saying we're paying some who drive a bus, to not drive a bus, and they're getting paid, and then others who we asked to do something else, they didn't want to do it, and you're not even paid.
Well, I think what Mary Beth, might be what Mary Beth says probably makes the most sense
I
is
think so too.
if they don't wanna work,
If they don't wanna
they don't
work
lose their
while they
job, they
don't,
just don't get paid, they don't have to come in.
The only bad thing is like your instructional assistants or anybody else that actually has a bus driver extra route for
Yeah.
supplemental pay, you're paying them for, and they're.
Well, you
still-
gotta take that away.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Take away the supplemental pay for the people that ain't doing supplemental work. The people the bus drivers that want to work and get paid, they have to come in and work. If they don't wanna work and get paid, they don't lose their job, they just don't come in and work.
Exactly, and that's
What's wrong
what
with
some
that?
of them wanted the option to do all
so
along.
you amending her amendment?
Well, that was my amendment, wasn't it?
She just didn't say anything.
You didn't want to take away the supplemental pay, did you?
Well, that's true, okay. we'll
So
do
yes,
the
I
same.
amend her amendment.
You amend my amendment.
Can I get a second on that?
Yes, I second.
Wait a minute, won't let me do it.
We've gotten, or Jennifer so confused.
No, it won't let me, it won't
Oh.
allow me to do another amendment.
Well, Jason,
Yes,
I
sir.
wasn't here at the time, but what Brad said, Does that supersede everything we're saying? Do we need to go back, what you all did back in the spring, and redo that to add this? Because if I understood what Brad said was correct, they're already getting paid regardless.
I thought that was through the end of the school year.
I don't know, well,
Doctor.
That is true. The board voted to pay every employee through the end of the school year.
Yeah, that
Because
is-
schools were closed. The situation is different now.
Right.
Schools are open.
It's
So
different.
if they don't wanna work, then we shouldn't have to pay them.
But I
they
want
should
to
lose
hold their job because they want to drive a bus. If they don't want to paint,
And some of them might not be physically able
Right,
to do
right.
things.
What's been happening right now, though, is Dr. Flannery had the authority and policy that y'all gave him to continue to pay employees if they weren't, if there was no work for them. So we've been paying all bus drivers this school year at 100%. Nobody's not got paid right now. Whether they've done extra work or not, we've still been, the payroll's still been going. Everybody's got 100% pay.
But they had to work 4 hours a day.
That's not me.
Right.
But all I know is my payroll office has paid all bus drivers at 100% pay. Now, what they've done, that's not, me.
but we're only talking 2 weeks now.
Sorry.
May forced to do anything.
Well, I mean, that's what they're,
Physically.
well, yeah, but you're just saying 2 weeks right
I
now.
didn't remember that, but okay.
Well, no, he and I discussed it, so he did say that they were not
If they work,
paid.
do we get paid? Do we get paid? If they don't work, they don't lose their job, but they don't get paid. And the people that was getting paid supplemental pay and not doing supplemental work, we're not paying that. Now, I didn't mention insurance. I know, so I don't have to deal with it.
I think we all just better pay our bus drivers and just keep going like we're doing, and let's move on, because we're gonna have these bus drivers.
Mr. Chairman,
We're gonna pay them.
I'm reminded of, I just got a text from somebody reminding me of something I did. We did have 4 bus drivers resign, and I sent them a message that I would welcome them back to their job as soon as we needed them. They'll be put right back on payroll.
Good deal.
But they have resigned, and they get no benefits, no insurance, no pay, no nothing. But I'll take them right back, because we need them.
Yeah.
So if they decide if it's passed, they could come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
yeah.
But now, if they come back tomorrow, I'm gonna expect them to work.
I mean, no, if it's passes, you're still gonna ask them to work? I mean, I guess if it's passed, I mean.
You know, I'm wondering why they would even bother to work if they're gonna get paid anyway. And how could I get a volunteer to drive to haul meals? I'm gonna say, why would I
That's
do
what I'm
anything if
saying.
they're
I
gonna pay
mean,
me
some are
anyway?
gonna get paid to work and some are gonna get paid not to work.
You remember last spring, you paid them their
Yeah.
salary, and then the bus drivers at work actually got a hazard pay, supplemental pay.
No, we didn't give him hazard pay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did.
Along with cafeteria.
I have a text too that said, regardless of the vote, thank the ones who did work. To make our schools look nice. Those bus drivers have done a great job cleaning and painting. So the ones that did work have done a good job.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I know. But some didn't want to work and felt forced to, or they'd lose their job. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
All right.
We got a motion, we got a
You
second.
could ask
Right,
your
yeah.
board to ride on a bus to deliver meals or do well checks.
On my amendment. So we got a motion and a second on my amendment.
Your amendment of amendment of amendment.
Yeah, 4th amendment.
Goodness. At midnight, we close down regardless.
So my amendment was, if they work, we pay them. If they don't work, we don't pay them, but they don't lose their job.
no, your amendment is they lose their supplemental pay.
No, if they don't do supplemental work, that's part of it, they don't get supplemental pay. And then Mary Beth got in there that they still get their insurance paid.
Yeah, I think so. That's only fair. That would be
Right.
too much.
Well,
But
that's
some
why
of them
the-
don't want to work. I mean, really, I'm sure they don't. Some of them probably don't really need to work that bad. They
But
just,
before you vote, consider this. I think we're saving enough in fuel that we could afford to pay them.
That's true. That's true.
About 10,000 a week.
Is that what we're saving in fuel? So, I mean, you know, what weighs the difference? You know, I don't wanna make none of them mad. I don't wanna quit, because we got to have drivers. And I guess my only thought is, before you vote, you know, the money we're saving, we got the money there to pay them.
I agree.
That's just my thought.
I agree with you. My only thinking is, I mean, really, you got how many ever 100 employees. You know, I hate to set that precedence that, you know, maybe some others would just like to stay home too.
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing.
But we have, in the last 6 months, have done a lot of.
I know, we're trying to straighten that out,
saying?
we're trying to be consistent here.
I mean,
And then there are some that are delivering meals, they are working, right?
I mean, I'm on the fence, I'm just saying, seriously, like, some people don't really need bus driver money, they just need insurance and, you know, or heck, some of them may just like it. I don't know, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why people do this.
My plan is 2 weeks, and we'll start needing all the bus drivers.
Yeah,
I mean, it's 2 weeks. Why are we changing the course now?
Right.
well, we're fixing it a little bit right now.
well, this is the first time we met since when this all turned over. And I
Some
mean,
people didn't get paid for not working.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the fence, I ain't saying one way's right, one way's wrong, I see logic in both sides, I mean.
Every employee has been paid, and every employee has been expected to work unless they were sick since school started, period.
Yeah,
We did have a handful quit, and they'll be welcome back.
and I mean, I don't totally disagree with that either. I mean,
Well, can I call for the
that's
question?
painful. Yeah, oh, question, okay, call for question.
We have amendment to vote on first.
Hey, we got 2 amendments to vote on.
2 amendments.
I've dropped my amendment.
You dropping your amendment?
Well, you added on to mine, didn't you?
Yeah, but we gotta have it. So, we voting on Mary Beth's amendment?
Your amendment.
All right, we're voting on my amendment.
Which is, one more time, please.
The bus drivers work, they get paid. If they do not work, they don't get paid, but their job will be held. If they do not do, no supplemental pay if they do not do any supplemental work.
Right, we ain't paying nobody extra for not doing extra, but we're paying them for working.
But they guarantee a job if they refuse to.
Right.
Let me clarify this along how to instruct my payroll folks.
Guarantee a job when they
We've been
refuse
paying
to
them
work.
right now, whether they
Make
work
sure,
or not.
that's right, correct?
But now we're not gonna pay them if they're not gonna work. That's the way I'm understanding this, because I'll have.
Well, I didn't think anybody had a choice to not work. I don't think you had to
I'm not
work
in
or
that
be
end of it,
fired.
but
That's what I was
we're
told.
paid yeah, I'm not in that end of it, but I know my payroll office has paid every single bus driver we have
Right.
on staff.
Yeah.
And you're saying now, if they don't work these next 2 weeks, then we won't pay them. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
If it
Isn't
passes.
it like-
If it passes, it
Isn't
may
it
not.
like time off without pay?
be short-term leave.
No, it's optional. It's option. We ain't making them take off.
They don't want to work, we do that.
They just wanna hold their job. They
Yeah.
didn't wanna paint, they don't wanna.
I'm not being ugly. I'm just saying a lot of people don't want to come here and paint, just keep their job, and they don't want the money.
Well, he just got through saying he would take them back.
Yeah.
Moving arms, I mean, so.
Well, I don't know if they
You
know
know
that.
do you think you're gonna come back?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know, I'm just saying, he messaged them and said,
Come back.
glad to have you back when the buses start rolling.
Let's vote, shall we?
Yes. Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
No.
Mr. Riddle,
No.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Irvin,
No.
Mr. Day.
Yes.
5 yeses.
Fine. Well,
That amendment passes. Now you're voting on Ms. Dellinger's amendment, which was to continue to pay their insurance if the bus driver does not work.
Because yours didn't mention insurance.
We left that out because yours did.
All right.
Okay, before you vote, there's a second component to insurance.
Okay.
There's what the board pays, which you're saying to keep paying. Then there's the component that the employee pays.
I think
So
that's
if
what.
they're not getting a paycheck, like if they're not working, we won't be able to deduct that employee component of their insurance pay out of their paycheck like we do now. So that would require them to
Write you a check.
write us a check. I just want you to understand that's what that does.
I thought her motion though was to, her amendment was to pay that employee part.
Only if you all put that as part of this motion, which will.
I thought that's what she was doing, I don't know.
I did too, really. I thought we was paying it no matter what.
So if you all
100%
put it
paid
in the form of
insurance
a motion
for not
to pay
doing
the
that.
employer and employee component, then it would cover
Guaranteed job.
that. That would be your own decision.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
don't do that.
I wanna
And
take
the
that
reason,
off.
and the reason why is that you're gonna have other cases where employees may be out, maternity or something else where they're not on a contract and they're not getting a check. And I don't know how you handle that now, but they generally pay they pay their share of the health insurance back to the employee. I mean, that's the way I've always seen it in the place I've ever been, so.
And we take checks if an employee doesn't, if they're out, so if they're out without pay, but they want to carry their insurance, they still have to come into the accounting office and write up a check for their
Well, then
part.
I'll remove that. I'll remove my motion from my head.
Well, you would still have.
The employer portion would be paid, but that employee component would have to still be paid by the employee though.
But that's not as much, is it?
That's roughly averages out to maybe 20%. I mean, the board's very generous. You all typically pay around 80% on most of those plans.
I'm in trouble, I think.
There's just a lot of different tasks to consider.
I think we just need to get through these next few weeks and get everything back to normal, is what I think.
Well, I've asked you to just go ahead and pay everybody and let's just keep going. Because we're doing it.
I'll take that
You're
off.
still, okay.
All right, what next?
Need that motion as amended.
Yep.
Read that, please.
Move to pay bus drivers effective September 8th, and not required and they're not required to perform extra duties beyond driving a bus for the next 2 weeks, and to offer retired and or resigned since August 3rd an opportunity to return to work. And then as amended, if the bus drivers work, they get paid. If they do not work, they don't get paid, but we will hold their job and no supplemental pay for no supplemental work.
So the motion still compels me to offer someone a job. Is that true?
Correct.
I cannot be compelled to do something illegal under my contract.
Wait a minute, what do you mean offer them a job? Not, what do you mean illegal? I'm confused.
The school board can only hire a director of schools. I'll hire anybody else. The board cannot compel me to hire someone against my will. Now, I have offered these people a job and we'll welcome them back, but I cannot be compelled by the board to do something against state law.
I'm missing something. What are we making you do?
Hire somebody that, you are saying you must hire these people. You can't do that. You hire me, I hire everybody else.
Well, you said you'd welcome them back
I
if they
will,
come back.
but you can't make me do it.
What? Is that what we're doing? Oh, we can't do that. Simple as that. We can't do it, can't do it.
So the amendment, the one that you said will stand, right? That one passed.
Yeah, but I'm
You still got to adopt the
struggling.
motion.
So if we don't do the emotion,
We're making this too complicated.
Jennifer, could you read the motion again, please?
Yes. The original motion was to pay bus drivers effective September 8th, and they are not required to perform extra duties beyond driving a bus for the next 2 weeks, and to offer retired and or resigned bus drivers since August 3rd an opportunity to return to work. With the amendment, if they work, they get paid. If they don't work, they don't get paid, but we will hold their job, and no supplemental pay if you don't perform supplemental work.
We'll take off, let me have an amendment to the original motion then, to strike well, all the way out, then, that'd fix that, wouldn't it?
What now?
if I had an amendment to strike off the second half of my first motion, which was welcome back. And on out, you know, people left since August 3rd, then that would fix that problem, correct? But I'd have to make an amendment, I couldn't just fix my original motion, could I?
Amendment would be better, and the board does have the authority to do everything else in that motion.
So I can make, I need to make it as an amendment?
Yes,
I'll make an amendment from welcome back all the way to August 3rd and just strike that whole sentence, the whole part out.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to table this until our next meeting.
Second.
So that we can have this written out and we get with it so that we can see what we're voting on. I mean, it's 11 o'clock. We've been here for 6 hours. And this is just kind of getting crazy. So I make that motion to table it until our next call meeting.
Second.
All right. We won't discuss that.
no discussion.
Roll call vote.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Oh, man.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
No.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
No.
Mr. Day.
No.
4 noes.
Okay. Now we're on the WCEA.
Yes, I have a statement. Let's see here. The WCEA wishes to thank Philip McLean and Todd Ganger for their many years of excellent service to Washington County. We welcome returning members Mary Beth Dellinger, Mike Masters, and new member Whitney Ridley to the school board. Keith Irvin's leadership as former chairman is to be commended. We are looking forward to working with the new chairman and the board this year as in the past. Congratulations and best wishes to everyone. Sincerely, Regina France, President of WCEA.
All right. Round table. Mary Beth, you go. I know you probably got a whole page full of her.
No, I abbreviated it tonight. Welcome new board members and student board members. I appreciate the excellent job our supervisors, director, teachers, and staff are all doing to meet the needs of our students. Thank
Very good. Mr. Urban?
Why, I don't know, let's talk about something, we ain't no big hurry to go home, are we? I know, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be chairman for 2 years, and I appreciate every one of you.
Ms. Buchanan?
It's been a long meeting. I just want to really shout out to the teachers. My kids' teachers are knocking it out of the park. They have gone above and beyond anything that I've ever expected. And I think they're learning. And Dr. Flannery, I would like to ask that when your staff is doing the AABB schedule, that you see if you can make sure that all the kids in one family are on the same schedule.
Oh, yes.
Because they do use some of those kids, you know, the older kids to babysit the younger ones.
That has been the plan all along. We'll
Okay.
work with families to make sure, that it's, and, some of them may not want that, but we'll go family by family. We
Thank
absolutely
you,
do.
thank you.
Mr. Hammonds?
Keith, thank you for your service as chairman. Welcome back, Mike, Mary Beth, welcome Whitney to the board. And just appreciate all the administrators, staff, and teachers are doing to work through this difficult time of education.
Meredith?
They're probably not listening, but want to welcome our student members, Emily, Emma, Jacob, and Caleb. They're going to have a great time. Keith, thank you for serving as chair. I know it's probably a thankless job. You're never right. Somebody's always done it. Good luck, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I want to thank and welcome back Mary Beth. welcome Mike back. I look forward to serving with both of you guys, Whitney and Mike. I think we're going to have a great year. Two more things. I want to thank Dr. Flannery, of course, and his central office staff, Dr. Key, Myers, Fink, and Mays, for all the work that they're doing to try to navigate this unbelievable situation we're in, the principals and the faculty and staff, because I know everybody really is trying to do the very best job they can. And there's probably a lot of armchair quarterbacking going on in 2020 hindsight and all that, and that's all good. It's going to be a great learning experience, and there'll be a lot of good dissertations come out of all this stuff down the road. And I want to, because what you're trying to do is provide a product to our students, the future of our community and education. I don't know if there's anything more important we're doing in Washington County. And finally, I just want to ask the parents for a little patience and grace as everybody tries to navigate through all this. So that's it. Thank you.
Riddle.
I'd just like to thank all the board members and their kindness and welcoming me with open arms, and everybody calling me and, you know, making me feel very welcome. I appreciate that, as well as the staff here at the central office. Again, like Mitch said, we appreciate the Herculean efforts of the teachers, the parents, the kids, the staff, all central office, everybody, and trying to make this thing work. It's a huge undertaking. I think they've done a tremendous job. I really do. And I just want to say I look forward to working with everybody here.
Mr. Matson.
Glad to be back. Don't say nothing much changed. We had 2, 3, 4, 5 hour meetings last time, so, you know, but I think we got some things accomplished. You know, I think some of the things that we've talked about and maybe tabled the next meeting, I think we need to really think hard about that before we vote again. You know, I'm just glad to be back, and hopefully we can make a change and move forward.
Maybe we better start the board meeting at 3 o'clock or something.
Next time. Mr. Flame.
Just want to thank everybody who had a great meeting, tough meeting. There's no winners. I mean, whether it's 50-50 full time, I mean, we know all our kids in in-person classrooms. That's the best. The best for them, best for the teachers, easier for them. I mean, that's what they've trained all their, their careers to do. But they've done an outstanding job with the challenges they've met. And, we didn't give them a lot of time before we just threw them to the fire, and they just responded. And thank you so much for all the people here at Central Office that's helped with that, and administrators. They did a great job. Lexington Broyles, he was a 5th grader. I don't know if everybody got his email, but he sent an email wanting to go back to school. Gabe's story, it was nice of the board let him do the pledge this afternoon, and he was on TV doing it every morning a couple of days ago. But be glad to work with you all, and can't wait to see what else we got in store for us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all for the chair votes, and I hope I can make you proud, represent you well, and look forward to moving forward, and hopefully we'll have a great year and get a lot of good stuff accomplished. And definitely thank all the teachers and administrators for all their hard work. I know what's gone into that, and appreciate them, and I hope the community appreciates how tough it is on the teachers and all the efforts they're putting in and the hard work. But just look forward to serving with you guys, and I appreciate it.
Call board meeting at 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
5 o'clock?
Well, that's what I was, what do y'all want to do? That's the 14th. You want us 5? Okay. 5 o'clock okay for everybody? Huh?
What time did you say?
5 o'clock?
5 o'clock, 14.
Is that all right? We'll go ahead and put it on.
That's the same night that the fall district meeting is with TSBA, it's gonna be, virtual now.
What time is it?
Is it?
Well, what's more important? What we gonna do?
What can we?
Well, it was in the
consider-
motion,
It was just gonna be an hour.
considering it's in the motion that we have to do the 14th, I think that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Make it at 4.
Can everybody get here?
4 o'clock sounds good.
Okay. All right, so four.
Thinking we're gonna be
That's,
finished
that's,
in
that's pushing me.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, but
14.
It's time on.
4 1/4.
Out before the court.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. All right, 5
I'm
o'clock.
sorry.
Um,
New dogs.
and then did we not have another one?
Who did on the
first?
14th of
Their next one will be, this type of setting, so we have it at 5:30?
I don't see why not.
I like that idea.
And do we need to, and I don't know, I guess we need to do it tonight, but do we, what are we doing about a retreat or anything?
We're gonna have it in October, is that what we said, or we're gonna have it in September?
That's what we talked about, October.
No, we're
but-
talking about our regular meeting is October 1st.
Our board retreat, that we pushed
Oh,
out.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Cause we've done it, we changed it for you
I
guys.
know in October is
Halloween.
orientation, 28th, 27th, 28th, 29th, is that right?
He'll have one sometime
And
too.
then you'll have chair orientation,
Right.
so we'll have to do it, I think, the middle part or first part.
Board
Yeah.
chairman workshops tonight, which is the end of
Fall break.
fall break.
And
So can we do it the week of the 19th then sometime in there? Are we gonna have it here? Or is that all questions we asked?
that's what I'm asking.
I think you have to go somewhere, don't you?
Huh?
He's asking, do we have to go somewhere for the treat?
There's no,
Okay.
there's no requirement.
That's up to you
We
all.
thought we'd find somewhere other than here.
Yeah, well, let's do that.
Maybe a hotel or meeting room, something.
Yeah, okay. So do we want to go ahead and set that date? Y'all think the 19th?
I mean, it's a Monday. Is it gonna be multiple days or just one day?
You have to do it at least 7 hours.
Or then do 2 days.
You want to do it Friday and Saturday?
16th, 17th.
Maybe a few hours like a Friday afternoon and then finish it on a Saturday?
Jennifer, didn't we talk about
Won't
doing
people
down
be
there?
going to football
We
games?
talked about that.
This is
Yeah.
October.
Not on this day, they won't.
I'm not.
Where's that at? Up front?
Right down here below Food City, that public events place, it's real nice, and we know the people, and they're reasonable, and the food's great.
The Heritage?
It's
Yeah,
called the Heritage.
That's fine, that's nice, nice and place.
Yeah.
October 16th and 17th.
Does that work? 16th and 17th?
What time will we have that on the 16th? Or we just set the dates?
You wanna, well, I guess we can do the times later as long as we get the date set for everybody. I guess we could go there and have dinner or something and,
We'll do 3 hours on Friday and 4
Yeah.
hours on Saturday,
Yeah.
including meals.
yeah, is that okay? Y'all wanna do that then? Maybe 3 hours Friday night on the 16th?
I will be
Where you gonna be?
work.
Oh. Man, ain't gonna be offended.
16, 17.
But you ain't gonna be, you'll be busy all month anyway. So 16th and 17th? 5 o'clock on Friday,
Okay.
and then do what, 8 o'clock Saturday morning? Finish it up. Does that work? 9, do 9 on Saturday morning?
Yeah.
So 5 o'clock Friday the 16th and 9 o'clock Saturday the 17th. Alright. Anything else? Everybody needs to sign this before we leave, correct?
Our October board meeting, y'all said it is the first, did y'all keep it there at 6:30 or 5:30?
5:30.
It's 6:30, we'd be.
Oh,
We're shutting down at midnight.
Good. Meeting adjourned.